Welcome, everybody. I'd like to call the August 21st, 2024 regular meeting to order. Cassandra.
Mayor David Romero,
Here.
Councilor Marvin Martinez,
Present.
Councilor Barbara Casey,
Here.
Councilor Michael Montoya,
Present.
Councilor David Ulivari.
Here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do have a quorum.
Councilor Martinez will lead us in the pledge.
Yes. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Councilor Ulivari will lead us in a moment of silence.
Thanks for all of us, for all the city employees, for all the residents in Las Vegas. Just keep this little city going and pray for all of us, everything that we do for the city. Amen.
Councilors. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, approval of the agenda.
I have a motion to approve the agenda. Are there any changes? Motion to approve, Mr. Mayor. Motion by Pro Tem Montoya. Do I have a second? Second by Councilman Martinez. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moving on to public input. We have no public input this evening. Moving on to mayor's appointments, reports, recognitions, proclamations.
I'll keep it short, but what I did want to do is I want to head and welcome our representative-elect, Anita Gonzalez, to our meeting. Thank you, Anita. I don't know if you want to, I'll go ahead and yield my time to you. I know you're starting, I know you don't start till January, but it's good to see you here early and kind of see what our needs are, so thank you. All right. Thank you. Come. That's it.
Moving on to our councilors' reports.
Councilors?
I had one. I'll go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Today I received a very distressing text, which I think the sender has deleted, that there is a pack of dogs in the area where she lives, and they have been attacking people that go by on bicycles, or they're trying to walk their dogs, or out for an evening stroll. And this person has called, pretty much for almost a whole year, asking that something be done about those dogs. And yesterday, her own dog was killed by one of those dogs that was in the pack. And she's very concerned, she's very upset. She did call the dispatcher for code enforcement, and I asked her, did you call again? And she said, I won't call again because the dispatcher was extremely rude. And that was very distressing to me also. So I did contact Deputy Chief Matias Apodaca, and he did send out code enforcement to check on what's going on. Apparently this particular group of animals has been very difficult to catch. They did catch 5, I believe, before. And the others are still running around at large, and they need to be trapped because nobody can get near them, and they're very dangerous. So we need to do what we can. I feel very sad that this person lost their family pet, and I'm just grateful that it wasn't a child who was out there instead of the dog. And so I'm very concerned about that. I've also received, there are a lot of senior citizens in our community, and a lot of them, especially that live on 3rd Street or North Gonzales, they walk to the little store in that little mall there on Mills Avenue, in that little shopping area. And there's a lot of branches that have dropped a lot of apples and other fruits on the sidewalk, and so they're afraid to fall, so they're afraid of going anywhere. and they won't walk out on the street because the traffic is not exactly safe. And on 3rd Street, also the same thing is happening. And one woman who I think is amazing because she's 92 years old and she still walks with her friends to Dairy Queen to get a snack. And she's very upset that she can't go get her ice cream or her chicken strips because the same thing is happening there. There's all kinds of fruit that has fallen from the trees. Nobody's cleaning it up. There are branches from the trees that have broken off with the hail or rain, and it's too dangerous for them to walk, and the stop sign is not visible on that corner. And she's afraid that if they walk on the street, they will be struck by a driver that's not paying a lot of attention. The last thing is the water bill. I did receive some phone calls from people who have had changes in their water bill that they don't understand. And I don't know what can be done about that. One gentleman called and said that most of the time his water bill is like $60. And then all of a sudden it went up to $80. And then this month's bill, it says that he had that $100 was deposited in his account, and now he has a surplus in there, and he doesn't know where it came from or why. And so he called me up to ask if everybody in town got $100 off of their water bill because of FEMA money that we had. And I said, I wish. And he said, well, I need to know, and I won't be able to sleep until I know who put that money in my bill. And he did call the water department, and they didn't know. And so maybe somebody can look into this and see if it's just a mistake, or if he was overcharged before and they deducted the overcharge, or what happened, so that I can get back to him and let him know what's going on. On the other side of things, people love Las Vegas. And I have had so many people talk to me, come to my house. I had somebody come to my home this afternoon at about 4:45 to tell me that they are so happy that they are living in Las Vegas. They love the community. People are friendly, and they love the historical buildings, and they love walking around the Carnegie Park area, and have really enjoyed their stays here in Las Vegas. So I think that's a plus, and I think people pretty much everywhere that come to Las Vegas know that it's a wonderful, friendly place. And the last thing I want to say is congratulations to whoever put together the commercial that was on TV this last week about Las Vegas, and announcing our fiesta that's coming up for Labor Day. And I think that was very well done, and I thank whoever put it together, and I applaud the mayor and the city manager for getting that taken care of. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilors? Pro Tem?
I don't know. It's not reported to me, but I see it every day. But the weeds are still out of control all over town. And I know code enforcement is working hard at contacting people and so forth. But we still have a lot of areas that need to be looked at, including
city areas, city-owned properties that we need to cut the weeds in.
The other thing I wanted to just thank and acknowledge all our citizens of Las Vegas, and especially the ones in Ward 2, for having patience with us during the construction from Grand to 7th Street on Legion Drive. I know it took a long time. We had a lot of rains. Thank God for the rain. But that delays projects. And
It's nearly completed.
I'll leave it at that. Thank you for your patience, and I'll let Mr. Arnold Lopez touch base on that with his report or his presentation. The last thing is we attended, some of our mayor and councils members attended the 56th New Mexico Municipal League Conference in Clovis, New Mexico last week, and it was pretty
educational, shared a lot of ideas, learned from other communities what they're doing with their water issues and so forth and on. Our city manager did allow probably 6 of our directors to attend, which was a good thing. They get to talk to other clerks, other managers, and other city managers and mayors and council, and I think everybody had a great experience, and we move forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Councilors?
Mr. Mayor. I too attended the 67th annual, Municipal League Conference. First one I went to, so I was pretty happy to be there. It was different, educational. I think a lot of the team got a lot of good information and brought back that information. So I was pleased to be able to attend. I saw, of course, Chief and several directors out there. So it's pretty nice to be able to share ideas with other communities that are struggling with the same things that we do here in Vegas. So again, it was pretty nice. Other than that, my councilor's report, I did have one individual contact me in reference to some weeds on city property, and I know it's being taken care of, so I'm not too worried about that. So that's it. Mayor.
Councilman Lillovarie?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank our street department. I know we have weeds all over the town, and it's very hard to keep everything, all the town cleaned up and on the city right-of-ways, but my ward, I kind of care about my ward. I work on it because I have the time to work on it. I hired a guy and I did pay him out of my pocket, but that's fine now. It's because I want to keep that ward clean as much as I can. But I know we have problems with weeds all over town, and it just takes a lot of time, and because we had so many rains, and this year has been one of the hardest years that I've seen, that we had rains for so many months. And when we have rain, we got weeds. And the thing is that I think our employees are doing the best they can. Hopefully we can get more weeds done. But I want to thank them for doing that. And I did attend the Municipal League Conference too throughout my councilman and the mayor and the managers. We did discuss with a lot of our municipalities, some other people that work for other municipalities and the way they do things. And we had some ideas. We got ideas to work with, I just want to thank our city manager and our mayor for going with us and taking that time and visiting with other people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sandra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next on our agenda is Police Chief's report. We have our Police Chief, Mr. Caleb Marcus.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Mr. Manager. So once this comes up, we'll go ahead and get started. This is the police department report for the month of July. On our field operations division, we had 370 citations were issued, 12 non-traffic citations, 53 parking citations, 44 arrests were made, 2 burglary reports were taken, 1 animal control citation, and we had 1,324 calls for service in that month. Our communication division answered 1,530 calls for service in the month of July. Police department 1,324. Our fire department had 87 calls for service. AMR was at 168. Animal control was at 47. City calls for service for gas or on call was at 33, and 741 911s for the month of July. Animal care center, the beginning shelter count was at 42 dogs, 11 cats for a total of 53. Intake from the public was 28 dogs, 7 cats for a total of 35. We had 1 adoption of a dog, 3 cat adoptions for a total of 4 adoptions. Ongoing transfers were 32 transfers for dogs, 1 for cats for a total of 33. Return to owner was 10. We were able to return all animals to their owners that were taken during the month of July. And unhealthy and untreatable was 1. We had 2 animals die in the care center during the month of July, and we have an ending shelter count of 24 dogs, 14 cats, for a total of 38. Also, we will be opening now 5 days a week to the public. So we were able to work out that schedule. So we got them open Tuesday through Saturdays, with our Mondays being our major cleanup day. And then that gives the people opportunity to go in on Saturdays and visit if they want to adopt any animals. Right now, we do have half of them out due to COVID or illnesses, but we'll get back onto that schedule as soon as everybody's back in. Our information division processed 168 reports that were closed, 33 traffic accidents. They entered 436 traffic citations. They attended to 149 customers. 357 documents were scanned into our paper vision for archiving. 14 IPRAs were completed. These are the calls for service that we were talking about. I had them put them on the information division for our parks in our areas. We had 15 calls for service at Keys Park. That does include self-initiated and called to. And we also had 21 at Lincoln Park. That's self-initiated and called to calls. 2 at Hanna Park and 10 at the Plaza Park. We're still continuing to do our indexing for our 2013 and through 2017 reports for destruction order from 2013. We're continuing training one of our new employees in there. We completed the 16 millimeter tape to a digital transfer, and we're no longer on the 16 millimeter digital tape, and we conducted in-service training for several new recruits throughout the month. So we attended district court meetings, magistrate court meetings, safe house interviews, and MDT meetings in the month of July. Our detectives answered 62 calls for service, and they investigated an armed robbery in the month of July where 2 victims were shot during the robbery, with an individual being successfully apprehended and charged for that incident. Well, we were able to seize 2 grams of crack cocaine, 66 fentanyl pills, 2 other prescription pills, and 1 firearm. Our street crimes unit, those are our patrol street crimes unit, had 14 cases assigned, 32 self-initiated cases, 9 arrests were made. 1 stolen vehicle was recovered, 9 search warrants were conducted, and we closed out 8 cases. Our evidence coming in from patrol investigations also was 115 cases into our evidence. 269 items were turned into our evidence room. 3 item property were released back to the owners. We had 1 case go to our lab in Santa Fe. 7 firearms seized by patrol, and 1 gram of cocaine. We did attend some travels and trainings throughout the month of July. We had 18 information-only travels for the month of July. Myself and the Deputy Chief Apodaca, we attended a meeting with the Chief of APD, who extended his hand to help us with trainings, resources. Just a very productive meeting and a very helpful meeting that we look forward to creating that relationship with them. We have Sergeant Atkins and Officer Alice, who attended the Child Safety Technician course for the car seats through Safer New Mexico, which we actually hosted that class out of our agency. And it brought in, I believe there was 22 new certified car seat instructors in that class. So it was really good for the whole area. The National Child Passenger Safety Car Seat Clinic was held on July 26th. So after the class is done, the people who actually just got certified hold a car seat clinic as part of the class, and we actually run people through, give them car seats, make sure their car seats are placed in properly. And we want to thank you, the fire department, for lending us their building for that. We had shelter and cover for them to work in during the heat. So during that event, we had 25 car seats that were checked, 10 being replaced, and this was all in 2 hours. 19 certified newly technicians, 3 technicians from Las Vegas, New Mexico, 2 from the police department. 2 animal control vehicles were purchased and were picked up on July 25th. We were trying to do some research on the last time a vehicle was purchased in animal control, and we couldn't find anything. But so this is huge for our animal control officers. Hopefully we could bring in and attract new employees into that division too. They're very nice trucks. They got air conditioning for the dogs in the back. Super friendly to use, so they're very nice. We had 12 applicants for police officers that were interested in our vacant police officer positions. We had 3 lateral applicants and 9 entry-level positions for the police officer. 2 applicants for the vacant communication specialist. Our violent crimes advocate had 2 positions there, and our animal control had 1. We were able to hire several out of this group, but it won't reflect until next month. So during the month of July 2024, 1 recruit was hired on 7/15/24. 1 recruit completed all the requirements and being recommended for hire. Physical assessments and written tests are being conducted now. We're running it on every 2 weeks, so we have a bigger pool. So we're now just bringing in one guy at a time and doing an in-service for only one person. We participated in traffic control for the 4th of July fireworks display, meet and greet at Kiwanis Club, where we sent officers out there. We've been participating in the alfrescos, the music in the park, the car seat clinic that we just talked about on the 26th, and the Rough Rider Rally that we hosted. So our vacancies, we have 1 police commander, 2 police lieutenants, 1 police sergeant, 2 police investigators, 1 narcotics agent sergeant. We have 1 narcotics agent position, 9 police officers, 3 communication specialists full-time, 2 part-time communication specialists, 1 communication manager, and 2 animal control officers, for a total vacancies at 25, which we were able to lower again by another 3 from the last report. And that concludes my report. I stand for any questions.
Councilors.
Mr. Mayor. Chief, where is that conference being held at?
Which conference?
The one for the animal humane officer or manager and the employee?
I believe it was in Albuquerque, if I'm not mistaken.
In Albuquerque?
Yes, sir.
And did you spend any of the funds that we allocated to you from the cannabis on those events that you had?
Yes, sir. We actually purchase, depending on the season, we'll purchase certain items for that season. Like, for instance, the light parade, we gave away glow sticks with our drug prevention. Some of the events that we've hosted, just depending on the event, is what we get focused on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Mayor, next on our agenda is our finance report. We have Mr. Morris Madrid, Finance Director.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight's budget report is very boring. It's July. Everybody's got plenty of money in place. There's only one anomaly that I want to point out to you, and I'll tell you why. In the water fund, it looks like we're spending a lot of money really fast. Where it shows we've already spent 12% of the budget. The reason for that is during the flood event, before we set up a special fund, we obligated and spent money directly from the water fund. Those expenditures will be moved back into the special fund that we set up after that, which I just thought of, that special fund that we'll talk about a little bit more. There's nowhere in this report. We'll find a way to update you at least monthly on that activity, because that is separate funding for a separate purpose, and it is pretty significant. So I'll figure that out before our next report. That's the only thing that looks out of the ordinary within the budget report throughout all the funds. So I wanted to take the time that we have to update you on some other things. As I've stated before, now that our budget is set, we don't have the final approval letter from DFA yet. That'll probably be first week in September. We will be starting the process of adjusting the budget, bringing forth budget adjustments to include money that's been appropriated but not budgeted, mainly grants and other funding that started July 1 that's already in place, but we need to appropriate it. So at our next meeting, you'll see a few of those. Each one will have its particular purpose, and we'll be able to answer those questions. They are, some of them are bigger than others. The next thing that I wanted to talk to you about is where do we stand on our investment policy and cash management. At the last meeting, you all approved the resolution for us to participate in the State Treasurer's Overnight Investment Program. After that, I was able to get all the authorizations that I need as far as signatures. the internal control that we'll have in place is we'll need a minimum of 2 people to authorize every transaction in or out of the state treasurer's office. Those have been filled out, and they'll be submitted by the end of the day tomorrow. We also have to get the authorizations in place at the banks so that we can transfer freely among the 2. That won't take more than a few days either. Now, once we have those in place, we won't wait for the policy to be done, because I've already identified a minimum amount of money that we can invest. And lately, the state treasurer's return has been between 4.6 and 5%, compared to the 2.5% that we're getting. So how much can we do right away? And we will do right away. We're going to start off with about 10 million. And from there, I need to do some more analysis. That's the minimum amount that we can do immediately. That number will grow. And as we finalize the policy, which should be in the next month or so, then we'll set the criteria for where and how to allocate those investments. And that'll be a discussion that the governing body should have, and of course involving the finance committee. So that's where that process is. The other thing that I just mentioned that I wanted to include in the discussion is the obligation of funds and the expenditure of funds related to the flood event of June 21st, was it 21st? That has been an ongoing thing, and I think that it needs to be reported on an ongoing basis. As of now, we have encumbered about $9 million in relation to everything that's been required for that. That doesn't mean we'll spend all of that. Some of the operations were scaled back a little bit. We have actually paid, including this week, we will have paid between 5 and 6 million. Now, that's the general number, and I guess, do we want to have a little more detail with, I saw Deborah was
Mr. City
here.
Manager? Yeah, I was
We've
just
had
going
some
to.
discussion, so I'll call Deborah Sulzer up. Deborah Sulzer is with the Sulzer Group.
And Deborah, if you could also, touch upon also, the reimbursements and stuff that you've also working on in the meantime. So,
So far, we've worked very closely with the city and the finance director to make sure that each one of those expenditures that we've made during the course of that time period is captured, and we have all the documentation and paperwork needed. So right now, we have 2 submissions to FEMA, one that will be submitted tomorrow. I'm waiting on 1 or 2 more invoices for $6.1 million. That's for primarily money that's been spent. So it includes some minor repairs that had to be done. It includes the hauling of the water that mission that we did. It includes the bottled water setups that we had to do. It includes repairs to the Taylor wells that were done on an emergency basis. So there's a whole host of small things that are included, but we put that together for $6.1 million. We also have put together, and it's already moving through the FEMA process, a request for a temporary water treatment facility so that we don't have problems like we did in the past. That amount that we have asked for, we've asked FEMA for a project that would include the pretreatment facility that's currently in place, an additional system called the GAC system that is currently in design right now, and then some ancillary things that would go along with that are impacted because of the amount of turbidity in the water. Right now, that project is estimated.
so Deb, if you don't mind tapping the mic and then when it's red, or.
Oh, I'm sorry. A little trick there. The temporary facility project that we have pending with FEMA right now is for $11.1 million. That would take the city through October of 2027 for 3 years, in case that's needed, depending on how long the process takes to have the permanent solution in place. So I think between those two projects, it's close to $17 million. The 6.1 is pretty close to actual expenditures. As Morris commented, there are quite a few POs that were written for more than we ended up having to spend. So I think in the end, we're writing those projects on actuals as opposed to project purchase orders. So I think that's the difference between the two numbers. Do you have any questions?
Mayor. First, I want to say thank you to you, Deborah, with your company and your group, and all the hard work that you've done along with city manager and mayor and some of the councilors to get us back in a good direction. You know, that's what we want to be in, because, you know, we've had such, difficult times in the most, that just passed. It was the longest day. That's how I want to remember it. June 21st was the longest day, and it became longer after that problem. But nevertheless, with your help and again, all the parties that took place, I can't ask for a better, an outstanding report from you guys, because it's always positive and moving forward. So again, I just want to say thank you for your part. Okay.
You're welcome. It's my honor, my pleasure. And it did include a lot of things. The big ticket items, of course, were the hauling and the bottled water, but we also, secured the dam. We dewatered some of Peterson so that we wouldn't have any flooding or any problems with the dam in future storms. So it was a lot of stuff going on at one time, but I think we're sort of at that kind of steady state now. Now we're cleaning it all up, pushing it forward to FEMA, and I'm pretty confident on the reimbursements on all of the stuff that we have pending right now.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't even quite know where to start to thank you. Deborah has been a part of our team since the beginning. She was God sent to us, her and her group. She got here and she started running with the ball right away. The leadership that she showed as an example was outstanding. And I know that the mayor slept with one eye open, because we worked endless hours through that crisis. I think now we're at the point to where at least now we can breathe. And this goes not only staff, but all our directors, employees, and so forth. But the team that was in place there, Sheriff Lopez and the county and the chief and chief, you guys did an amazing job, and everything was very professional and attentive and responsible. And I think the citizens ought to be really, really proud of this governing body for the direction, for hiring you on board, for hiring our city manager. I think we have a team building up, and working with FEMA is another subject, but they are working with us closely, and we are getting reimbursed, and we're still a long ways. And all this takes a lot of planning and a lot of design, and but eventually down the road, we're doing the right things for the right reasons, and we're doing them in preparation for the next 30, 40 years. So I thank you, and I'm confident in myself that at the end, FEMA is going to pay out for us, and I think we'll have a new system in place that's going to work for the city. And I thank, the citizens also, because we had a lot of pressure on the citizens, a lot of stress on businesses and so forth through the whole chaos, through the whole crisis. But we pulled through, and we're strong. I mean, it's a strong community, and we move forward. So I'm really happy. The leadership of the mayor, I'm going to have to say, that he did an outstanding job. He was there at every meeting, and he gave his input. And this was meetings with a delegation from Santa Fe, with attorneys, with people quite don't understand how big this was, but there was a lot of people involved. We had 18 cabinet secretaries come to Las Vegas to aid Las Vegas. And the funding that came in little by little, and the decisions that were made to bring the trucks from Louisiana and haul water and all that, I credit you a lot on that, as well as the whole team. It was a team decision at the end, but there's a lot of things that took place that no one will ever know what it took to overcome the crisis. So now it's time for us to get reimbursed, and that's what we're working at, and that's where we're at. So hopefully at the end of the day, we'll be pretty well off, and we'll have new streets, a new plant, and new this and new that, and move forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Deborah. I went in a couple of times, 3, 4, 5 times, going in there, and you guys were out there working hours, our city manager, our mayor. It's really amazing what you guys did for this small city. Our citizens appreciate what you guys did, the water and everything that you guys did. I did get involved with a lot of little things that you guys did it all. I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, and thank you for doing this for our small city.
You're welcome, and I will say it was a team effort, and I think it took a lot of courage to take big steps, and when FEMA and when the state couldn't help, the city helped itself.
I want to add to that, Deb, is, I know, thank you guys for, giving me credit, but, a lot of the credit, let's start at the beginning. I took this position in November, officially in December. The top priority was getting somebody to, understand finances and work with FEMA, and that was our city manager, Tim. I mean, the reason why you were in that seat is because, we had to understand finances, in order to move forward with FEMA. And then we ran into the, June 21st, started with our fire department. I mean, I was there in the office getting ready to leave, and these guys, hearing on the radio, Chief Span, his leadership, and, they did 2 rescues or 3 rescues, I can't remember. It was so chaotic, and him finding where to have shelters, where to place people, all that, and then it turned into the water issue. But I want to remind everybody, had this governing body not made decisions to first hire Tim, number 2, bring in clarity to help to get $14 million, because had we not had that $14 million, I guarantee you it wouldn't have been a smooth sailing. We would have been begging the state government for help. And, I'm not going to discredit them, but it's almost sometimes like pulling teeth. But had this governing body not made decisions to go ahead and bring clarity on, Deb didn't get started until that day, basically. We never had, as we said, the kickoff. But had we not had that money in the bank, I think Morris might have looked a little bit like me, because, as you saw how much it cost us to basically survive. Those trucks, I know a lot of the community thought those guys were here volunteering and bringing us water, but no, those trucks were costing, every single one of those trucks cost the city some money. But had we not had that money in the bank, we would have been in trouble. So your leadership up here, that's why we had that. We made decisions that prepared us for something like this, and as we move forward, we'll start getting more and more money, and we'll be able to not rely so much on the state and the federal government. We'll be able to fend for ourselves. So thank you guys. Thank you.
I tell clients, just for a second, but I tell everyone all the time, this whole FEMA recovery process it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. So everyone just hold on. I mean, we'll push it hard, but it's a marathon, so. But I love being here, I appreciate. Thank you guys all for the support and the confidence.
Thank you. Thank you, Morris. Tim, you want to add anything to that?
You guys really, you've touched all of the aspects, and Mayor Pro Tem, you brought up something that's very true, and that is, unless you lived it, you can't truly know all that took place in those walls of the fire museum. We lived there for a long time, and we've been through a lot, but it's definitely worth it. And we have built a team. I talk about that a lot during the manager's reports, and we do have a strong team, and I think we're doing things that many people didn't think we could do. Getting the water here from Louisiana is a huge example. Getting the pretreatment plant out of Canada, we did some major things, and we're still working on them. Obviously, it's not over. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint. I am happy to say that we put a PSA out last night that we've opened up all of our water restrictions. They have been taken away. So hopefully the small businesses here in town can realize how hard we've worked, and that we're at a point now where we're reaching steady state. There's a lot more to do to get the new plant in and so forth, but we're making improvements. And so I'm honored to be here myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moving on, our next item is presentations. Possible direction not to exceed 10 to 15 minutes each. Our first presentation is by Darren Diap, CEO with El Centro, speaking on these services offered and their 50th year anniversary event on September 27th, 2024.
Good evening, Mayor, Mr. Romero, Councilor, Mr. Ibarri, Councilor, Mr. Montoya, Councilor, Dr. Casey, and Councilor, Mr. Martinez. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all today. Again, my name is Darren Diap. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of El Centro Family Health. I'm here to extend an invitation to you all on our upcoming 50th anniversary celebration of providing services to the communities that we serve. I'm joined today by Ms. Dorothy Lopez. I'm sure you all know her. She's local to the area. A little bit about myself. I lived here in Las Vegas for 10 years. I'm a New Mexico Highlands graduate. Got my master's degree here, so it feels good to be home. I hail from Chama. I live in Chama, New Mexico. I was on the city council there for 16 years, and I was the mayor for 2 years. So my hat's off to your public service. Give you a little handout here just for a snapshot. I don't know if anybody from El Centro has come before you all to give you an overview or answer any questions that you have. I'm a believer in the model that we use for providing access to quality primary care services. Mostly because in a lot of this area that we provide those services, we're the only point of access. You'll see on the snapshot, we touch 7 counties. We have a total of 25 clinics, number of them here in Vegas and the surrounding areas. So I can ask for any questions that you all may have. I can talk for quite a bit, but I know you have a lengthy agenda. So I don't know if you guys have questions.
Questions?
Mr. Mayor, okay. Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I guess I kind of learned a little bit more about El Centro back when COVID became a big issue. And, you guys really stood out in the, out of the crowd because of the fact that you guys were there to help our community. And that was a really important step moving forward. I didn't really know nothing about El Centro and how the program worked. I still don't have a lot of answers. A lot of questions. I don't know what your hours are and stuff like that, but I do know that a lot of people in our community
use the facility. And there's a lot of confidence that goes into that. And that's such an important piece of having that relationship with the community. So I want to say thank you for being there and available. I know Dorothy very well, and you got a good staff as far as I could, what I've heard. The process is, if I'm correct, you have to sort of become, is it a member first, and then you can qualify for medical attention? I can't remember how No, that sir. was.
Just for clarity, we provide access to services regardless of a person's abilities to pay for those services.
Okay.
So we welcome everybody. People that are not insured or underinsured, we will help them get insured. And the services that we offer are obviously primary care, which is inclusive of medical, dental, and behavioral health. And then we do a lot of outreach services. We also have a presence in the local school through Robertson, and some rural clinics, what we call rural clinics in the outlying areas. So, yeah, we're committed. The fact that we're celebrating 50 years should be a major milestone that we recognize. When organizations come and go, I think that El Centro has proven that we'll stand the test of time and that we're here. And we're a cornerstone organization. We're a major employer. And we're committed to the people of Las Vegas and of San Miguel as well.
Again, I just want to say thank you. What are the hours of operation there for you guys? If you can kind of just touch on that.
We're open on Monday through Thursday for the medical from 8 to 7. And then we also have the dental clinic. It's open Monday through Thursday from 7 to 5:30. And if you don't have insurance, like Mr. Diab mentioned, we can help you with insurance. If you don't qualify, we can put you on a sliding fee scale too, where you'll have a minimal copay.
Well, thank you.
And the intake, you just go in and you get registered. We put you in our system, and we have same-day appointments available.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you for being there and supporting our community. And you're right, 50 years involved in it, that's a huge milestone, and it's a good service to have for our community. So thank you guys for doing what you do.
Councilor Casey?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also want to say thank you because my first encounter with El Centro was, I was working as a volunteer at one of the churches, and the priest that came in spoke no English and no Spanish. He spoke Portuguese, and he was ill, and so they kind of handed him over to me because I could kind of understand the Portuguese and what he was saying. And so I took him to El Centro. And everyone there was so very helpful, calmed him down because he was afraid he was going to die. He was extremely ill. They took very good care of him. And they were very helpful to me in explaining what was happening with the paperwork and that kind of thing, so that I could help him understand better how things work there. And I appreciate that very much. Also, as just a general citizen here in Las Vegas during COVID, I did get some of my COVID shots there, and they were extremely organized, and everything went very quickly, and I really appreciated that. And the services that they provide at the school-based health clinics are fabulous, and I want to thank you especially for that as an educator. The kids are treated so well, and no one asks any questions about money or how you're going to pay or anything like that. Everyone is taken care of with dignity and respect, and I want to let people know in Las Vegas that that's how you function, and I thank you for it.
Councilman Ulibarri?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Darren. Thank you, both of you. I do go to El Centro. In fact, Dr. Frank Gallegos just started working with you guys. He's been my doctor for a lot of years. I know a lot about Centro and the people that go there, and you guys do a good job for our citizens, And it's good to have you guys here and to keep our seniors in health, good health and everything. I just want to thank for all the work you guys do for this small city. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you much for being part of the community. I know a lot of people utilize your place. and you guys give good service and don't discriminate against anybody, salary or otherwise. And it seems to me it's pretty much kept confidential. So I thank you for being a part of our community. Thank you for your service. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I'll just add, I'll add my thank yous. My first experience was when you guys became the first, basically providers and started the school-based health clinics. I was a school board member at West. The importance that, some students never got the health care that they basically needed. So you guys stepped in and it was very convenient, not only to the students, but also the families. And then you've expanded on that. And I too am now a member of El Centro. You took my doctor out there, Dr. Gallegos. It just shows that you're picking up the good doctors also and continue to be a partner within the health community of the county, basically. I know we have Alta Vista, presenting next, and there is a big concern about the healthcare within our community. And I think as we all continue to, work together and not be afraid to discuss the big issues and the concerns within our community, I think that, our community will be a lot healthier and a lot more, feel a lot more safe within getting services done here. So thank you, guys. And we'll be there to support you guys on there.
Mr. Mayor, just in closing, we gave you a goodie bag with some material that highlights the services and programs that we offer at El Centro. I just want to highlight the date of our 50th anniversary. It's on September 25th. That's on a Wednesday, and it's from 3 to 7. So I'd just like to extend that invitation to you all. Would also like to invite those members of the public. It's a family event. It's a milestone. We'll be doing tours and have live music and entertainment. So come out and just join us for a good time. But thank you for the allotted time to speak to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next presentation is by Angie Lister, speaking on a possible film museum.
Welcome, Angie.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate you all letting me be on the agenda for this, even though I'm nervous and wanted to call in sick before doing this. So I did resign from the Chamber of Commerce, but I have still been volunteering and also volunteering as the San Miguel County film liaison, because nobody has told me that I can't. Not yet, anyway. So what I wanted to talk to you today is possible partnerships between the city, San Miguel County, and maybe the private sector. As you all know, we have hundreds of film locations in this area since 1913. And a film museum would be a boost to regional tourism in northern New Mexico. We could also preserve sets, props, and locations that are local to this area. We previously lost out on sets that were worth over $100,000. They were disposed of. Mayor Romero had asked about getting this, and there were some things that had happened, and we ended up losing out. This is a courtroom, and this is only one of the pictures. It was a lot bigger. I mean, it was a full courtroom. I didn't want to show some of the pictures that I actually had because I didn't want to get anybody in trouble for those ones. But as you can see, the Bank of Las Vegas, with some of the filming that happened. Also Douglas. And so what's happened now is I've been collaborating with Dr. Elizabeth Stammer with Stagecoach Foundation. And George R.R. Martin and Dr. David Winninger started this foundation, and they have a lot of film sets, and they actually rent them to different productions. So right now, I have, there's an MOU between myself and Stagecoach, and I am the steward of these film sets. And they came from, the ones that transported them was the crew from Dark Winds. A lot of these sets were used for Dark Winds, which was filmed at Camel Rock Studios. The transport and the film construction crew move was at no cost, thanks to Elizabeth from Stagecoach, which would have cost thousands of dollars, but we were able to get those for free. So what we have are Longmire sets. I don't know if any one of you are fans of Longmire or have watched it. I've watched them like 3 times, so. You're all familiar with this door, which I hear gets visitors every single day from people throughout the world, not just the United States. And you'll find pictures all the time all over Facebook of people taking pictures in front of that door. We're very thankful that the owners allow for that sign to still be up there. So here's a picture of them bringing, I believe it might have been the 3rd load of film sets. And I had sent out an email to a few different people who, within the community that we had kind of worked with or I thought might have space for these film sets. And they were actually going to deliver them the next day. And Barbara had answered, but they were going to bring them the next day. So Matt, who I've worked for at SDC Broadcasting for 20 years, said that his parents had these buildings because they had a propane company. So they've allowed for me to be able to store these here in the meantime. So as you see there, there is the part of the bar, and the other picture is them actually unloading the bar. And here's another picture of the bar, and here's where it sits right now. Here's another picture of the bar. You'll notice those windows in the back. I just kind of wanted to show you the similarity of the set. You'll see the windows on the top part of this truck. And then here's them stored and where they stand. We're also going to be getting Walt's cabin, and that will probably arrive sometime in September. You probably recognize that shot. So there are several organizations I think that we could work with. Highlands University does a lot of their media arts program. They do exhibits, interactive exhibits for museums. Luna Community College, Las Vegas City Schools, and West Las Vegas all have film programs. We could also create a variety of film tours throughout San Miguel, Mora, and Las Vegas, whether they're self-guided or otherwise. One of the things that Elizabeth from Stagecoach had mentioned is that we could possibly even do training with Stagecoach and IATSE in even just setting up the sets and setting up lighting, and that would result in local jobs, which is something we've actually also been trying to do, even though we have a database of background extras and cars. When Outer Range came in, they needed 4,000 extras. And so the casting agency, Alessi Hardigan Casting, had reached out, and we had 4 casting calls. And then while we did some interviews with the Optic, Shane Hardigan mentioned that they do some of these in car shows. That's how they get a lot of their cars. So actually, we're going to have the 2nd annual car show. And Elias has some really nice posters and handouts if you all want to get some afterwards. Another thing that I think that we could do is assist businesses to attract more film tourists. For instance, Plaza Drugs, all the booths that they have inside and the tables, those are all from Roswell, which most of you probably know that Roswell was used quite a bit, or Plaza Drugs was used quite a bit for Roswell. And, you know, there's things that could be done to draw in people for that, because they already go in and see them, but they could, for instance, sell those antenna things or T-shirts, and that would help them as they bring in more people and bring in more money to their business. And just the possibilities go as far as our imaginations and our collaborations, and that's it for my presentation.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor?
Angie, I just want to say thank you. I know you were a part of the, the chamber, of course. You haven't stopped doing things for the chamber, and that's what I appreciate you, a lot for doing that, number one. I think the big intention for these big sets that you're receiving is so that we at one point could have a good film museum in our community. Like your information said, there's been tons of movies that have taken place here in our little community. We just need to really get proactive about making sure that we have a partnership with the county, the other entities that you mentioned. And we need to really get a film liaison set up, and it's just it would be such a big impact to have a good film museum here. Angie has taken a lot of things on her own, and making sure that she has acquired some of these sets. I was there when those sets were unloaded, and they're big sets. I don't even know where they're going to be, how they're going to be set up, or how they'll be housed at one point. But I was happy to be able to help you in making sure that those sets had a good home for the time being. But we need to move forward. We need to definitely move forward. And, I want, of course, this council and mayor to be able to recognize the fact that you do all of this work. A lot of it's just volunteer, and I appreciate that. So, again, Angie, thank you for your effort in making sure that Las Vegas is a film community, because it's always been. We've always been patient about the films that have taken place in our community, and we kind of, we work around it like everybody else does, but somebody's behind it, and you've done a lot. A big part of it is because of you. So, again, I just want to thank you, okay?
As far as like I want to say, the city film liaison right now is Chuck, so we've worked together on those with the city stuff, but a lot of them have overlapped quite a bit. With the county stuff, I worked with Amanda, and I believe this past year there was 7 film permits? 12 film permits, whereas before there was zero. And thank you for being there for that, unloading of those things. Also, I just wanted to add, I was talking to Elizabeth right before this presentation, and she said that the production designer for Longmire, I forget his name. Anyway, he lives in Santa Fe, and he actually has a drawing of if we did a museum from scratch as to what he foresees. There's some private buildings that people have, that they've committed, they've said that they're interested in them being leased for a film museum. So there's also those alternatives as well.
Thank you again, Angie. We just need to be able to recognize the hard work that you've put into it already, and I think the city of Las Vegas needs to take possibly a different direction on, like you mentioned, the film liaison and that position, and make sure that we have the right people in place. You love what you do, and I know you do, and I appreciate what you bring to our community as well, so. And again, thank you for the work, the hard work that you've done for the Chamber of Commerce, because you continue to work with them as a volunteer, and, you know, I appreciate that. Not too many people can get out of the way and volunteer even a few minutes of time, and you do, and I appreciate that.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Olivari?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Angie, thanks a lot. You do have the knowledge on what you're doing. It's so beautiful that you're working with the city and working with a lot of other people around the city. This still small town's got a lot of history. So much history that even our families have a lot of history here, and you know that. And you're doing a very good job. Thank you for doing that kind of work for us. Thank you.
Angie's pretty awesome. She really has, everything that she does is focused on making Las Vegas a better place. And she is so sincere in everything that she does. And she has built a huge group of people that consider her an expert in what she's doing. And this is all coming from her heartfelt love for the community. And thank you for everything that you do. And whatever I can do as an individual and whatever we can do as a council, I think we're all, so we stand behind you.
Councilman?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Angie. Appreciate everything that you do. I know you've been working hard on this subject for the last 2 years at least. And, you know, I had asked or given direction on behalf of Mayor and Council to our city manager to look at that property from the Santa Fe Railroad across on Independence and Grand, that vacant park along the Gallinas River. You know, I am willing to support you on any MOU with the film industry or with the county to get this on the ground, get it done and move forward with it. I think it's important. I think we've had close to 200 films or 170 some films filmed in Las Vegas, and I think you know that you're touching on a subject that it's been a part of our history. So, and when they come in and film, it helps our entire community. So I'm in full pledge support on doing an MOU if you want to get together with the city manager sometime and work something out. And if we have to find other buildings or something, well, I mean, we'll start looking in that. But I think it's important for the city to have a film festival and film museum and so forth.
And there's locations also in, like the Mora area and Rivera, like little small places. So I've been researching those and putting them on a form, like with a list of the films, but I haven't finished that yet. So that's also part of, like, you know, the film touring stuff.
I know I worked with two of them as a second job, part-time job. So, and it's pretty interesting and it's rewarding to know that, you know, you helped out your community by bringing in gross receipt tax to our town. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. And thank you, Angie. I know we can go back. I know just a couple of weeks ago we had our capital outlay request, and for the past 2-3 years that's been something the city has continued to ask for. We were this close, I know, with Secretary Keys on getting this film museum. It was going to be the State Film Museum, but unfortunately, not only she left, but also the film, I can't remember what her name is, Amber. She also left, so now it's starting from scratch. I know Councilman Martinez and I, and also former mayor, met with the new Secretary of Economic Development. We were there on another topic trying to discuss, potential recruitment of businesses. So that, I mean, it's still an option. The red tape for it to be an official state film museum was difficult. I know we got letters of commitment of 3 properties that, the state would lease if, we were selected. But I know that the senator from down south was really pushing down south for it to go there, which they have no history with that. But I think it's always been a commitment. The hard part is finding the building and the funding for it. But I mean, I think we'll continue to look at it, and it's going to take more than just the city. It's going to take other partners, and I mean it's.
Mayor, I may be able to find out what's going on as far as the State Film Office doing that again. I'm going to be going to the Association of Film Commissioners International, and they're also going to have another thing which they put that event back to back with that, which is the Location Managers Guild International. And so I know that someone from the State Film Office reached out to me regarding meeting up, so there might be more conversations there. And to add to that,
State Film Museum?
I'm sorry?
For the State Film Museum?
Yes. And to add to that, I'll also be there making contacts to also bring filming, because they have a lot of the top-level film executives that make the decisions. Last year when I went, NBC Universal wanted to use a studio if we had a studio, and the only thing that we had possible to use was the property at San Miguel County. So he told me, oh, you just have dirt then. So, but they're open to coming here. They know the area. They're familiar with a lot of the businesses. So hopefully we can get an influx of that.
It'd be is that private for the film museum, or are you talking about?
No, the film museum, if the state would still want to do it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But I think there's a lot of options. But we have film sets, so I think we should do something with them.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amy.
Mr. Mayor, our next presentation is by Robert Archuleta, our consultant, speaking on legislative funding and grant update.
This PowerPoint. Good evening, Mayor and Council, City Manager, Chief. Thank you for having me. There's a lot to digest here, so I'm just going to go ahead and get started. There's a lot of information. So the first thing I want to talk about is our legislative capital outlay projects. The first one is we have $8 million for Peterson Dam. The reversion date on that is June 30th of 2027. That is for the rehabilitation of Peterson Dam in Las Vegas. Right now, as it stands, there's some preliminary reports that are being approved by the Office of the State Engineer. Travis is waiting on those, and as soon as we get those back from the state engineers, we can do our first notice of obligation, which will probably be around $1.2 million towards that project. The next project is 8th Street Extension, is $100,000.
That was to plan and design and construct a water line on 8th Street north of Mills. That project has not started. That's a $1.2 million cost. With $100,000, I wouldn't even scratch the surface of that project. That project was planned and designed using other funding. My recommendation is to reauthorize those funds until you can acquire the whole $1.2 million to do that whole project. The next one is Carnegie Public Library. That's $150,000 to plan, design, construct, repair the roof and pillars. The first notice of obligation was canceled, so the current balance is back to $150,000. The building needs additional plan and design, and I believe under the roof there needs to be some additional structural work. And that project is due to be the reversion date on June 30th to 26th. The next project is the Human Resources IT system. That was $50,000. That was to add some upgrade IT technology for the HR department. That project is complete. Terralogic was the vendor. So that project is done. It was for digital laser fish and scanning. So that project is done. The next one is IT systems for the municipal offices. Very similar project. Harmonics was the vendor, $50,000. That project is complete. They did some data cabling, some hardware installation, and rack grounding. That is done. The next project is mobile data communications for the police department. They have obligated $100,000 on that project for a number of different things for data communications. It's probably going to be a lot more money to do that project, probably upwards of $400,000, $500,000 more than the additional $100,000. But as of right now, the whole $100,000 has been obligated, and we just need to pay the vendor. The next project that's sitting there is Rodriguez Sports Complex, $2.5 million. That's the second grant we got for Rodriguez. That reversion date is on the June 30th of 2027. That is to plan, design soccer field, skate park, motocross, recreation trails, parks department. That legislative language is a little bit different than the first one. I'm not quite sure how that got changed between the first one and the second one, but nonetheless, that's the language, and that is $2.5 million, and that project has not started yet. The next project is Lincoln Park, $65,000. Reversion date 6/30 of 26. That's to plan, design improvements to Lincoln Park. That balance is $65,000. That project has not started. The next project is road maintenance equipment, $160,000. Reversion date 6/30 of 25. And just for clarification, when you get capital outlay, infrastructure grants are for 4 years, and equipment grants are for 2 years. So you'll typically see it like that. This funding has been spent through MCT, Wagner, a milling machine, a roller, a number of different things for public works, and that project is complete and done. Same thing with the next one, road maintenance equipment, $93,000. That was a skid steer that was purchased. That project is also done, was $93,000. That skid steer took a long time to get here, but it was accomplished. Thank you, Arnold, for getting that here. The next project is LED Recreation Center, installation of light emitting diodes to the rec center. So far, $40,756 has been put into that building with a balance of $9,243 left to spend on that building. The reversion date is 6/30 of 25. That project was originally for solar panels, which wasn't enough, so this project got reintroduced in the legislature, and the money was reauthorized into LED. The next project is the museum and municipal court repairs, $50,000. $19,000 of that has gone to Southwest Abatement to do some cleaning for asbestos, leaving a balance of $30,716 with a reversion date of 6/30 of 25. Police vehicles, $600,000. I believe the PD has purchased 12 Durangos, is that correct? $508,000 from Malloy Dodge, and $189,000 to WAC Upfitters to get the vehicles outfitted. There's a balance of $2,400 more or less, so I would encourage the chief just to try and find something to install in one of the vehicles and get that funding taken care of. Riverwalk improvements, $238,000. That was one of our first Riverwalk grants. So they did some solar lighting. They did a survey through Miller Engineering for the Riverwalk. There was some bridge repairs and structures done by Northeastern Construction. And then the electric horsemen installed some electrical work along the Riverwalk. That project balance is at 0, and that project is closed. Riverwalk improvements, $90,000. Right now, there was more electrical upgrades by electric horsemen, leaving a balance of about $39,948. Old City Hall, that's the building across from Gamble's. That was to plan, design, construct, and renovate. $23,000 went to install a catwalk in the attic so that the architects can do an adequate and safe look at the attic and what needs were for the roof. As a result, there are roof plans for that building. And then AGM Construction did a demolition of the rear building, which was unable to be saved because of asbestos. So that project is closed, and $300 was reverted back to the state. The junior bill, $100,000. That was for meals and computers and sporting equipment for the rec center. So a number of things were purchased there: benches, tables, sports equipment, shelving, food. So almost all the money was spent. $1,650 was reverted back to the state. And that project has expired as well. So the first Rodriguez grant at $3.5 million. A lot of that money has gone to Cordova Construction through CES for construction of the large field and the softball field. And then some went to Wilson and Company for a survey, and also Site Southwest for some preliminary designs. I just discovered the other day doing an internal audit with DFA, and that pay requests 4 and 7 were never paid, so I'm getting those taken care of. So finance will be getting a check for $511,465. And then we need to sort out the next payment, which will be another $300,000. So in the next month or so, the city will be getting back about $700,000, $800,000. In terms of grants, we have one grant for Rodriguez Park at $99,000. That comes from the coronavirus relief federal funds. That is to do a recreation trail in Rodriguez Park. That project has not started. The quality of life grant for Padilla Park, $91,000. That's to plan, design, construct, furnish, and equip the Padilla Sports Complex. That has not started. It's $91,000. The quality of life grant for Old City Hall across from Gamble's, $320,000. That's for that building as well. That project has not started. And I just got alerted by DFA last week that the whole balance needs to be encumbered by December 31st of 2024. So that's one project that really needs to get looked at real soon. Grant that we recently received was $33,900. That's a CLG grant for E. Romero. That's going to do some improvements to the second floor window on the north side in the chief's office, which has a lot of cold air, and it's kind of needs some upgrades. And then some stucco repairs in the back, solar lighting, and to fix the bell stand. It's rusting, so it needs to be encapsulated with some rust prevention. And then it pays for 2 people to go to a conference. We just recently got that grant, so it needs to be back to City Council for a bar. The Great Blocks on Railroad project, Phase 3, that's $1.2 million. That's to plan, design, construct infrastructure in the railroad district. So far, a notice of obligation to Miller Engineering for design at $104,847, And so there's a balance of 1 million or so for construction. The next grant is T-Mobile. That grant was written last year. It's $50,000 to install 3 gateway entrances to the Guyanas River Park. Those plans, I believe, were approved last council meeting. MCT is designing those right now, and they'll be installed in the near future. Right now, that balance is $50,000 more or less, and they should be able to be close to budget on that grant. Legislative grants and general grants, I have kind of overseen a total of about 21 different projects. There's 5 new grants. The animal shelter, $780,000. That one's been signed by DFA. There's a VFW grant that came in for $200,000, but that cannot be administered by the city due to the anti-donation clause. Recreation center vehicle at $60,000. El Creston improvements $50,000, and Lutheran Collins Drive $150,000. So the total funding in the existing grants and new grants is somewhere around $21,042,000. Since April, since I started, I've gotten back around 1.2 million in reimbursements back to the city. Like I said earlier, I'm waiting on 366,000 and another 453,000, so that's going to grow to almost 2 million that's come back to the city in reimbursements. As you know, we always have to front the money first and then get reimbursed, so it's important to replenish the budget when those things are taken care of. Some other city needs that we need to consider in the near future. One is the comprehensive plan update that's due. The Metropolitan Redevelopment Act plan for the 3 main streets that we have is going to be due. And then I think it's really important for the city to continue to look at land acquisition for a new city hall, for film museum, for all these different things that are planned. I want to remind the governing body about the 2025 legislature, which is a 60-day session this year. Legislation can start to be pre-filed as early as January 2nd through the 17th. Our last day to submit capital outlay request is going to be January 11th of '24. And then, of course, it opens on the 21st, and it is a 60-day session. So with that, I'll stand for questions, Mayor and Council.
Officers? I think everybody's surprised with all the... Councilor Casey?
Thank you, Mr. Archuleta, for all the wonderful work that you do for the city. We really appreciate it. And this breakdown is very eye-opening, and in some areas wonderful, and in others kind of scary, because we need to get some of those projects going as soon as possible. The one question that has come to mind is about the appropriation for the VFW. And that is not allowed because it's violates the anti-donation clause that is both in statute and in the New Mexico Constitution. If there is any way that we could possibly reauthorize that money for use some way, that would really benefit the VFW and the people that it serves. And you know, I would encourage the city to please work with that group so that that money doesn't go to waste, and our new legislator, who is here with us tonight, I'm very happy to see her, might be able to get that money reauthorized for something that will benefit the veterans of the community.
Mayor and Councilwoman Pereira Casey, I have already checked with DFA, and we can reauthorize that money. It's just a matter of the governing body and city manager deciding where you want to put it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilors?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Martinez?
again, thank you for all your hard work as well. I do notice that, you know, you mentioned that if you don't use that money, it gets returned. So we need to make sure that we meet the timelines, the deadlines that are on there. so that we don't return monies that we could have used. And we need to stay on top of those. That was a good breakdown. I hadn't seen a breakdown like that. And, I just encourage, making sure that our city manager knows that these, they have a deadline. We need to make sure that we follow that deadline. So, again, thank you for your presentation as well. It was very good.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Thank you, Robert. It's really nice to hear what you're doing, especially for animal shelter. We always talk about animals running around the city, and we do need something like that because we have a lot of problems with animals. And thank you for working for what you do for the city and Rodriguez Park. It's been one of my things in my life that doing something for the west side. It's not only for the west side, for the whole city, but it's something special that we get that project completed one of these days. Hopefully, I'll still be around to get it completed, and I feel like real happy about what's going on and the work you do for the city. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Ulivari, I did put in a congressionally directed spending request to Senator Ben Ray Lujan's office for animal shelter support. They have not decided on that grant. I did put in for $2.7 million, but that hasn't been announced, so I'm hoping that we do get that.
Thank you, Mr. Chuleta. Maybe I can talk to Senator Ben Ray Lujan about that project and see how we can get some money to take care of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chuleta. I think, this is a real detailed report of all our decision-making and requests through Santa Fe and grants and so forth. Thank you for the work that you do. On the Rodriguez Park, we have not started on that, 2.5 million. Where are we at on that? I know most of it will go to plan and design, and I know there's different phases, but where are we on the next phase?
So what we really need to do, a meeting has been put on the calendar to pull us together, and you're included in that session. We really need to focus on what is going to be phase 2. We have the concept designs from the previous work that has been done. What we really need to do, though, is decide, are we going to keep it all focused on the softball field area, so we complete the one quadrant of what Rodriguez Park, or are we going to start including other areas? Groundwork was one of the things that really pops out because there's a lot of dirt that needs to be moved for the drainage in the one softball field. So that is on the calendar, and we will be moving forward with that.
On the Lincoln Park, what's the update on that? How come that one's not moved?
That one hasn't moved forward because of selecting the items to go into the park, whether or not we're going to do shade structures, if we're going to try to do fencing to try to prohibit nighttime activities taking place there. And that's something I need to bring to council to decide what exactly we want to spend the funds on because of the activities in that neighborhood.
And my last request is, can you give us a copy, each one of us, of all this presentation, of this slideshow? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Montoya, I just want to point out that we do have a grant into the Energy and Minerals for $213,000 to put lighting at Rodriguez Park for the 2 fields. That one is pending, and it looks really good, so I'm hoping that one gets funded as well.
And then you do have a grant for Anna Park?
Yes, that one was just submitted last week. Yes.
Mr. City Manager and Robert, on the Lincoln, what happened there was a transition from me coming into this position, and then I know Councilman Martinez, and I know that Arturo had been speaking with him, kind of getting his ideas, but I would ask that, it's in Ward 4, let Councilman Martinez, meet with his constituents. I know me personally, there was some items that I didn't want there because I didn't want to add to more benches and that for the homeless to, have a place to rest and sleep, and that create a bigger issue. So I would ask that, maybe Councilman Martinez, Maybe we could set up a meeting with the community there and kind of see what they want within the park, and you get their input. I think that's important. As far as Rodriguez, I also think that, maybe we do a work session all together. I know that's kind of the border between Councilman Ulibarri and Councilman Martinez's, but I think it's important that we all, it's going to be, that's basically the park for the community, so if we can maybe schedule that. I think that work session for that, Ms. Cassandra, if we could figure that out, I think that would be better. And then the last thing, I know I'm a stickler, and I know, I've personally been involved in some meetings. I know the big issue has always been the notice of obligations. We get this money and money spent, and we don't follow the procedures that we should follow. So, to everybody, that's important that we do that. Any information that's needed for this, I know, Robert works hard for what he does, but I think we can make things a little more easier, and it's, get all the documentation as fast as we can. With us, as we see this money, and I know in lobbying, and we hear it all the time, is, well, we give you money and you don't spend it. I think it's important that and now we'll have a new representative telling us the same thing, right? Well, we gave you this money and you haven't spent it the next time we ask for it. So let's figure ways to spend that money as fast as we can. And number one, when we get all that money, spend every single penny, because it hurts when, even if it's only $1,600, that $1,600 could have bought quite a few items. So, we need to not wait till the last minute and not have enough time to make purchase orders or whatever it is, but we need to make sure that every single penny is spent. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. I was just thinking, Mr. City Manager, on that thought that, sometimes directors don't even know that money's there. We put it on our ICIP, we put it on our legislative request, we go lobby for it, and then we get it, and for some reason, they don't know that money's there, like the lighting or the truck or this or the other. And I think there ought to be a little bit more further deep down process to every director after every legislative session as to what they're getting and how do you go about it, working with a finance director to download that money and get it spent, no? Because I think sometimes, it don't go all the way down to their position to find out that they have monies available. Some do look into it, but some don't. So that way we can spend it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Robert. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next presentation is by Amanda Schertz, Corporate Director of Operations for Alta Vista Hospital, giving an update on the hospital.
Welcome, Amanda.
Thank you for having me. I wanted to just, first of all, introduce myself. I am the Java Medical Corporate Director of Operations. Java, as you all probably know, did start managing the hospital owned by Java December, January period of this year. Typically, when Java starts to manage a rural hospital, one of the things that they do is try to really commit resources to help during that first year transition. And that's what I got to come for. I came at the end of February. I am a nurse by background, have been a hospital administrator for a number of years, both a CEO and a regional CEO of hospitals. I guess I'm getting a little long in the tooth, but I have spent a lot of time doing this kind of job, and I am very proud to be here. The people have been very kind, very open, really open about the challenges that the hospital has faced, and we've said about the business of fixing those things. Currently, I am serving also as interim CEO. I'll start there just to let you know that we are going to be going through a process of selecting a new CEO for the hospital. We're going to be very careful about that. I've already started. I spoke with Mayor Romero, and one of the things that we're going to do is be very transparent in the search for the CEO. We would really love the most of all if we find somebody local to do that position so that they know all the challenges that the hospital has been through over time. If not, I spoke to the recruiters today. If it can't be a local person very near here, then my next preference was someone from New Mexico that knew the state laws and regulations around anything that is a little bit of an idiosyncrasy around New Mexico legislature. So that would be the second request. The final one is, we just want to make sure it's somebody who understands rural America. I myself was raised in a very small town, I'm a 32-year career hospital person, and probably 29 of those 32 have all been in rural areas. So that's kind of the final criteria as we reach out the search. We're going to have panels, committees to do the interview, and definitely people from the community. So that's really important to us. I thought you might want to know some things that are going on at the hospital since Java took over. We've hired 56 new employees from January to date. A lot of people, the first thing that happened when I got here the last week of February, they said we can't hire people here. But we've been able to hire people here. I would say only, and I can't give you the exact data on this, but I'm going to say maybe only 12 of that 50-some have moved in. I think that's a good thing for the community as well. In fact, right now, we are interviewing, I was looking at the clock because at 6:30 I was supposed to start the dinner, but we're interviewing a provider who would be moving her family here. She has 6 children and a husband. He's an electrical engineer, and she'd be moving here from Florida. She loved the beauty here, the scenery. It's looking very promising. We have an offer out to an orthopedic surgeon who is already been working with us, very excited about that. We have engaged a recruiting firm who's really using geofencing, geo-targeting to start, again, right here at home, start really talking to people about jobs, and then moving that radius out. So we've been quite successful. We have invested in a new 3D mammogram machine spring of this year. We're going to be in October opening up an open house to enjoy our new Women's Diagnostic Center, which has the 3D mammogram. It has the DEXA scanning and ultrasound equipment. This fall or early winter, we will be opening up the ICU again. We're going to open up 4 beds, and we already have, we've only been posting for ICU nurses for a week, and we already have 4 applicants. We need to hire 8 full-time and 4 PRN, and we already have 4 applicants for those 8 positions. So we're very, very hopeful. We had to do very little investment to get the ICU back open because really the equipment was all there. It had been well taken care of. So excited to tell you about that. We've also invested in a new nuclear medicine camera. We've been working with cardiology to be sure that that's exactly what they needed to be able to do stress tests and cardiology tests right here at home. We have just ordered new ventilators for the hospital. Those are on order now. So the aging equipment that had plagued the hospital for a number of years, we are just slowly ticking off and ordering. So I just met with the department directors today, and they're getting their budget ready for next year. We're really excited about that. So we are really investing back in that. I'm sure that there are a couple more things I wanted to be sure and share good news about. Okay, the other thing I got to give Chief Marquez a very good shout out here because we met last week, and our nurses and security guards, have been a little bit afraid. The violence kind of sometimes in ERs gets a little rough between people with mental illness, people that are criminals. And the police department is very, very supportive of us, and they respond quickly, and I just want to say thank you for doing that for us. And we're going to start working a lot more closely together. He's going to send a police officer to our safety and security committee at the hospital because we believe that they're the best people to help teach us how to keep everyone safe, both patients and, of course, our staff. So thank you for that as well. We're also going to start meeting. We're hoping to get this scheduled at least every other month, if not every month, police, fire, ambulance, and hospital, just to kind of come together and see what we can do for public safety and healthcare. And so these are some of the things that we've been doing and we're really excited about. I'm going to kind of lean in and get their expertise. Do we put metal detectors in the hospital? Do we not? You know, those things. I want to go to the experts and see if we can work together on what is the best way to keep everyone safe. So that's kind of a hospital report in general, and I'm happy to take any questions. And also, if anybody wants to come see me at the hospital or ask me to come visit with you, I'm happy to do that.
Thank you, Amanda. And I just, I know our first meeting was, basically blunt, right? There was some concern within the community. I just bluntly told you, I don't want to use those words here specifically, but, there was a lot of concern. And I think you answered a lot of questions, but I'll leave it at that. I won't go into detail of what words I used, with the concern of the hospital and what the community was saying. But I think you've assured me, and I think time will tell, where we move forward. And I know, I gave you a couple of concerns that we were having with an AMR and other things, and you're going to address that.
We are.
But
And thank you for that. I did say to you, and I believe this wholeheartedly, since I am actually the corporate director of operations, when we hire the new CEO here, they will be reporting to me. So what's nice about that is I know sometimes we celebrate when the movie sets come to town, but we don't always celebrate when people come into town and tell us how to run our hospital. And I just want to assure you that I care. I've met these people. I see these patients. I round through the emergency room, waiting room, and I say, hey, can we get them in quicker? The person we're interviewing now is because we're making a complete change in the ER physician group and the hospitalist group. That's another change we're making. And so we're really excited about some of the changes, but I think what I said to you is I can say all the right words, but I think it's more about we'll show you, right? I think you all have been let down and generally kind of been in a healthcare desert situation at times. And being a rural person myself, we need a hospital here. When I think about economic development, I want the new CEO coming in with my backing, of course, to participate in economic development, because it's really hard to get factories or large employers to a city if you don't have a hospital. And one of the things that had to change was you cannot keep doing the same things over and over just exactly the same way and expect a different result, right? So we are making changes, and I think in time you'll see that they're for the better. So thank you for the opportunity.
Councilor Casey?
Thank you. I'm very happy that you're here to talk to us this evening. And I just, sometimes people are surprised when I tell them that I really trust the hospital, because I guess it's been kind of fortunate and unfortunate at the same time, because I have had use of the hospital quite recently for different injuries that I have sustained with a bad fall, another with anaphylaxis, and I had excellent care, just excellent care. And I spent a lot of time in the emergency room. The majority of the emergency room nursing staff were from Las Vegas, and that gave me a lot of comfort. And the doctors who were there, it just so happened that each time that I went in months apart, the same doctor treated me, and so he already knew me. And he's like, what are you doing here again? And I said, well, I'm not going to die this time. I'm just broken. And so just wonderful people there. And I'm very happy that all these improvements are being made. I hope that you are able to find all the staff, medical staff that you need. And if there's anything that I can do personally, I'd be happy to do that. And just as an aside, my husband delivers donuts to the nurses in the ER at least once a week or whenever the donut shop is open.
I've heard that story. Thank you for that. When you want to get to a nurse's heart, you just go ahead and feed them some sweets or some good junk food, and they're great. But I have to tell you, there's a lot of compassionate and kind people that work at that hospital. And I didn't give this fact, but I will. Last year, $3 million was spent on bringing travelers into the hospital here. Now, on one hand, that's probably really good for the city revenue because that meant they were staying in hotels and wherever they could be and eating out. But on the other hand, we need local caregivers who care, so we've really set about taking care of that. And our last traveling nurse will be out of the hospital September 30th of this year. And that's really, I have to always say, thanks to Luna. Leah, who was here with me earlier but had to go to the dinner, our CNO has worked really closely with Luna, and we were able to hire several new graduate nurses this year out of the program, and they didn't hire any out last year. So we really have turned things around where people want to work at the hospital again. So thank you for that, and the donuts for sure, too.
I have a couple of questions. One, do you plan to hire a SANE nurse?
We have one, actually. Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
So that is a sexual assault nurse, and we do have one. We have brought one back who has a high degree of SANE training, and she's actually our educator and our informatics nurse. So she's working with that, and she has a passion for making sure that victims of sexual assault are well taken care of. So, yes, we've been able to bring one back home.
Wonderful, that's great. And then the other question is, will the labor and delivery unit be opened up, or is it already?
Yeah, it's not. It actually, right now, we just leased that area out because it's going to take a lot more thought and planning. We do know that women need health care, and we need to think about that. We've actually been working with some of the Santa Fe larger hospitals on what we can do for women's health. But now, so right now, we just leased that OB area out while we're trying to do a very thorough investigation of what's needed. And it actually is to a detox hospital within a hospital, a detox unit. So we're really excited to have them. I call them our neighbors because we're really just the landlord. But they are going to offer great services to people who want to get off alcohol and drugs. We're going to be working with local law enforcement. It's a program called Crossroads, and we're really excited about that program in the hospital. So excited about that. Everybody always wanted to know about ICU and OB, and now I can say ICU is coming. But the OB, we're just going to have to take a lot more careful thought and planning.
Thank you very much, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councilman Martinez?
Thank you. Thank you, Amanda, for being here and presenting, to the council as well. We've had our, Alta Vista Regional Hospital here for some time. And being that it's a regional hospital, we don't only take care of the community that's here. We are pretty much the hub for the northeastern part of the state.
Yes, sir.
You've got little communities like Roy and Wagon Mound, and I see a lot of these people. I work with some of these people out of town, and I have kind of felt a little bit opposite of Miss Casey here, Councilman Casey, and I'll tell you why. I kind of get the feeling that our hospital hasn't been taking care of our community. And I want to make sure that we have a hospital that's there for us in all kinds of different ways, naturally for medical care. One of the big things that I have noticed, and I too have a few questions, and I wanted to ask those questions. Surgical call.
Yes, sir.
Is a very, very big, important question for me. Maybe you can explain call to this council so that they can understand what that means. And I feel that we've been left out. There's been, naturally a few changes of hands for the hospital. And again, as a regional hospital, we're not taking care of our community. Most people, including myself, would rather almost leave our community to get medical attention, whether it be Santa Fe. You can go to Santa Rosa, New Mexico. You can go to Clayton, New Mexico if you feel like driving real far to get medical attention. But I hear nothing but good things about those small communities and their hospitals. I don't have the same feeling about ours. I hear a lot about how our hospital is charging too much. They're billing ways. The people that land up going to the hospital here, may get some kind of medical attention, but I don't think they're feeling very confident about what they're getting. At the end of the day, they receive a very large bill, and then they have to think about what's going to happen next. But I still want to go back to the word call. Can you explain call to me?
Yes, sir. So, again, I have spoke about doing most of my career in rural America and as a nurse. And so I want to explain call with just first of all saying to you that this is very evidence-based, what I'm going to tell you. I have sat in rooms with physicians all over the country. I've watched and read, and I would encourage you to do that as well. Anybody who has a question about surgical specialty, and that's really what we're talking about when we're talking about call. It's surgical specialty. I would encourage you to go out and read the literature in the medical studies and journals. To summarize what that really means is that things have changed. If a person had a gallbladder surgery 12 years ago, if you went to a fast food restaurant, we won't name one, we'll just say if you went to a fast food restaurant and you had a bad gallbladder and you did that at 8 o'clock at night, and by midnight or 1 in the morning you were in the ER thinking you were either having a heart attack or really bad indigestion, you very likely could have been having a gallbladder attack. So what they would do first is rule out that you weren't having a heart attack, and then they would likely call in a general surgeon in the middle of the night, get them out of bed. They would come in, they would see you, which is great, in the middle of the night, and they might take you to an emergency gallbladder surgery. What the medical training now is teaching general surgeons, and this is not me, I'm not a surgeon, absolutely, but I've done a lot of speaking with physicians all over the country about this, including ones that are currently very close to here. What happens now is that a gallbladder, a hernia repair, even an appendectomy, and I'll tell you a quick story about that. Certain appendectomy issues, so general surgery issues, very often are being held, put in bed overnight, because they call it to cool down your gallbladder a little bit before it's removed. Put on antibiotics. Most people feel now, generally, most surgeons feel now, that if a person gets a couple of doses of antibiotics, they will have a better surgical outcome. So what you have to get, and this is why we started with the ER, you have to get ER physicians that can recognize the difference in a true emergency and a surgical candidate patient that could wait, and wait appropriately, meaning that they get the IV hydration fluids if they're a little dehydrated, or they get the antibiotics they need. So when people talk about the call, unfortunately, they go to the worst case scenario. They said, well, what if it's your mother or your father that went to a rural emergency hospital, rural emergency critical care, critical access, all the words. What if they went there and they needed an emergency surgery? Well, I would say, just like we would say I always try to think about every patient scenario as if it were my child, my father, my mother, my husband. And so I would say that if they needed to be taken out emergently, then they need to go to the bigger facility. What we need to make sure we're doing is having a sustainable product for all the communities we do serve here. Again, it goes back to, if you keep doing the same thing over and over, you can't expect a different result. And the hospital was losing millions every year. So you have to start looking at things. And I've talked to many surgeons. This morning, we were meeting with our board, and the CEO at Manchester, which is a very small little community town south of Nashville, where we have another Java facility, said last night, we were talking about the call situation, and she said last night the general surgeon was actually having a medical procedure himself yesterday. He was out because it's one general surgeon in that little town, and he was having a medical procedure, but he was going to be back today. And the ER doctor looked at the patient. The patient was having appendicitis, so that needs to be removed. But again, if you go back to 12 years ago, that would have been a middle of the night case. The ER physician felt like because the patient, it wasn't the appendicitis didn't burst, but they did feel like they would benefit from having a dose of antibiotics or two, whatever that timing was, I didn't ask. And the general surgeon came in, and the case went at 7:30 this morning. So that was a very excellent outcome for that patient. But sometimes when we are not quite informed about generally what, if you're taking away call, are you sending people to Santa Fe or to Albuquerque, and you should be doing it here. So those are some of the examples. Hip surgeries, when a patient falls and breaks a hip, very, very often happened to my own grandma, and I'm a nurse, and very, very often they do need to be hydrated for 24 to 48 hours and controlled on their pain so that they are it's what a surgeon would call optimizing them for a good surgical outcome. So my grandma was in the hospital with a broken hip for 48 hours, and then she went to surgery. So these are the kinds of things that I just met with one of our cardiologists this week and talking about why we made the change in the ER, and our surgeons sat with us and said, if you get ER doctors here who can recognize the difference and really call me and give me a good report and recognize the difference, not that ours are bad, it's a change we're making to be sure that we're doing what's best for the community. They said, this is a lady and a doctor, surgeons that we have. I sat in a meeting and they said, when I know if I get called at 7 or 8 p.m. for a case that I get a really good report, I don't need to be on call. Because I'm not going to do trauma. Unfortunately, we don't have any surgeons here, nor should we. We're not a trauma hospital. So if a person takes a very bad fall and breaks several bones, that's trauma. They're going to get shipped out.
Okay.
So is that, am I helping with the call?
I don't mean to interrupt, but exactly what kind of a hospital are we? If we're not a trauma hospital, what are we?
Oh, there's no way we could be a trauma hospital.
I understand that.
Yeah,
what are we?
We are a critical access hospital, which means treat the low diagnosis, low acuity. We can't treat a heart attack. We can stabilize a heart attack, but they are going to have to go to a cath lab. We don't have neurosurgery. We don't have open heart surgery. So if you lose a critical access hospital from a community, then those people are going to not be stabilized. They're going to be immediately transferred without being stabilized with resuscitation fluids and those things. So actually the hospital here can do a lot of things. They can diagnose, they can draw blood, they can assess, they can patch up a broken arm, they could, but there are we're a critical access hospital, definitely.
No, I hate to say this, but I just feel that we're a transport hospital only.
Yeah, we hear that a lot. Yes, I understand, sir.
That needs to change because, as a community member, I feel that, we really strongly need a medical center that is there for the community. And it shouldn't be that you got here at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and now you need to be transported out because you possibly need a surgery. I'm not sure what direction the hospital's taking. I'm listening to a lot of your information and I understand what you're saying. And I do not want to even try to understand a medical journal. All I know is that as a basic human being in our community, I feel that we're getting the very end of the treatment, and I just don't have a lot of confidence in our hospital, and I want to have a lot of confidence in it.
Well,
it's not my job to build that up.
No, sir, it isn't. And I'm just being as transparent as I can with you. But, you opened up with you feel better about making the drive than getting the care here. So my goal would be, if you want this, not you and the constituents and the people, if you want us to be your hospital, then we would just ask people to start stopping by and using us rather than making the drive. And help us keep the doors open and help us keep the people working there because they are kind, compassionate, and highly skilled individuals.
And that's very appreciated. I can't say enough about that. You know, care is very important, especially because we are an aging community.
Right,
A lot of
yes.
elderly here. But don't forget, we have sports, and everything that I'm talking about is, there's no time frame on this. It happens anytime.
Yeah, we're working really closely with some of the
You know,
colleges and the
I
sports.
do have a lot of questions. I'm not gonna ask you all these questions right now. I think it's probably best for me to just maybe have a meeting with you.
I would love that. I would
And-
welcome that. I'd
and
love that
I-
opportunity.
I just want our community to feel that we're moving in the right direction with our hospital.
Yes, sir. I would love that. I would spend as much time as you need and love to hear your thoughts and those things. And some of those things, you know, I will have to remain firm on that we are not going to be a trauma center, just like I'm not going to promise an OB unit, because there's a lot of things medically that have to go into that. If you take on and you only deliver 3 babies a quarter, then that can be a real problem.
Well, you're probably only delivering 3 babies a quarter because everybody has chosen to drive away. That needs to change, is what I'm trying to say. And you know,
Yes,
that's-
absolutely, and it starts with people given the chance, right? Because, you know, they want to call and say, why did the helicopter leave? But then they also turn right around in the same breath and say, I'm not going to that hospital myself, but I want it here for others. So we'll have to just work
Yeah.
as a team. So please come see me. I would love to have the opportunity to talk it through with you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And I just want to add, you know, I came in with that, and that's, you know, I did send all of you guys, you know, her contact information to have that, because I know your discussion with her here was a lot kinder than what probably mine was with her. You're just that concerned, you know, and I think that's what we have to do, is be able to be upfront and honest, and I think that was the big topic that we had, is about transparency. That's why you're here, you know, today, is you're willing to talk about, you know, the issues and not just, you know, sit in your office and, you know, just out of sight, out of mind, right? So thank you for being here.
Yes, Mayor.
I'll let,
Thank you.
These councilors, I don't know if they have, Councilman Ulivari?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you.
I do have a daughter that's in the medical field, and her name is Amanda, too. She worked for ER for 12 years, and she's got a different job now. I understand a little bit about it, but I'm happy that you're opening the ER, you know, and get our citizens in there and take care of them. And I just want you to succeed on what you're doing and taking care of this small city. And I'll give you all the credit that you can do for this small city. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Councilman?
Thank you for coming before Mayor and Council, and thank you for taking the job. It's not an easy job. A lot of headaches come with that job, so. And I have a couple of concerns.
Okay.
You know, we're a community of 13,000 people. And if you have 60 or 80 employees or 100 employees, I mean, we deserve 100 employees to be working there. I don't know, how many doctors do you have?
Well, we have not enough, to be honest.
9?
Yeah, no, not enough.
Oh.
We have 1 full-time family practice. We have 4 nurse practitioners. We have 1 full-time pediatrician, and then we have several consultant physicians. And so we're recruiting. We're trying to hire 2 general surgeons, 2 orthopedic surgeons, but we also, very typically in small rural hospitals, we're also working with people like our cardiology group. They're not here full-time, but they come through, and now we've built that up to come 3 days a week instead of just 1. We're working hard on the ENT people that are there 1 day a week to try to get people to be able to have surgery here, rather than having to get their ENT appointment for their ears or their sinuses, and then go away to Albuquerque to have to get the surgery. So when you ask how many doctors, it's kind of a mixed bag, because we have people that are only there 1 day a month, people there that are 1 day a week, but not enough.
Well, I asked the question because I was there the day before yesterday, and there was 11 patients and 1 doctor.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's
Yeah.
why I asked that question.
Yeah.
Um,
And that's,
But-
generally, that's a hospitalist, and a hospitalist generally can have they can manage anywhere from up to probably 15. You will find some hospitals that have 20 with their hospitalists, but it's not ideal.
And I'm in full support of OB section. I'm a new grandfather, 3 weeks old.
Oh,
And,
congratulations.
Yeah, but you know what? It was a really inconvenience for them to travel to Santa Fe, before the pregnancy, before, and after, still they're traveling up there. And it's an expense, and not everybody can afford that expense. So it's a burden on our community and on our county, Mora County, San Miguel County residents included. I've heard of stories that people go and stay in Santa Fe or in Albuquerque during their pregnancies with relatives and so forth. And stuff like that shouldn't be happening. It's putting a burden on them. But I've had my own experiences, and I would be here all night explaining to you what my experiences have been in that hospital in the last 10 years. But I'm not going to do that. I applaud you for taking the job, and I appreciate you wanting to have a positive attitude and changing things around. On an MRI, do you guys can handle an MRI or certain hours?
Yes, we can handle an MRI. An MRI is not an emergent procedure unless you have something called quatoquinone, and that's a spinal cord decompression suspicion, but otherwise an MRI is not an emergent procedure. So we do have MRI, and we have it available during the day.
During the day.
Yes, sir, because it's not an emergent procedure.
So if you go at night, good luck.
You're not gonna, it's a scheduled procedure because insurance has to actually approve it.
I've been in there when it's not a scheduled procedure. It was an emergency,
Okay,
and it wasn't, the person had left at 4 o'clock. Yeah, okay. But anyway, but my concern is this, main concern is this, is we have a contract with this county for ambulance service. And that should be for our residents and county residents. And we include PECOS in that mix. And my issue, and I don't support this, is that, like Councilman Martinez was going towards, that it's a transfer station, a transfer hospital for patients. I think our ambulances are being tied up on transports from your hospital to Santa Fe or Albuquerque or Taos. And that shouldn't be happening. I strongly feel, and this needs to be addressed, that the hospital needs to address that and put the bill for that, or the patient, somebody. But I don't think we ought to be responsible for that transportation. Our responsibility ends at the hospital. When we transport somebody from the hospital, from their homes, or an accident, the jail, or wherever, to the hospital, that should be your responsibility from there on for transportation. And we're spending a lot of time and money on that contract, on that MOU, and that's what's holding back from our services to the public.
the ambulance service might tell you that they make more money. I'm not an ambulance service, but I would ask where they make their money. They make their money and sustain an ambulance company, not from a 911 contract, but they make it from the transfers.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, I don't care how much money they're making or don't making. My thing is that we're not giving, when they're tied up in a trip, 2 people to Albuquerque, we don't have that service available to our citizens. That's what I'm
Yes.
saying.
So if any of you want to come and meet with me, I'm happy to hear all your concerns. I will spend all the time you need. I would ask one thing. I would just ask that if you get when we get a new CEO here, why don't you guys take all this frustration? I think somebody said 10 years. Take that out on me and let's work that out. Because I want the new person who chooses to come to work here to not be held. Some of you in the community are holding grudges from 8 years ago, and Java Medical didn't even own it. Java Medical chose to come to your community and help you have a hospital. And I am very willing to listen and help you come with a plan and help show a plan. But I would just ask that when the new person sits in my seat, I don't want them to leave. I don't want them to feel like they're being, having to defend stuff for 8 and 9 years ago. So Java only has been here because there was a very good chance these hospital doors were going to close. They were going to close. So Java took a chance on this community, and I would just ask you as leaders, please take a chance on us, please. If you had a bad experience 2 weeks ago, call me. I'll give you my cell phone number. As community leaders, I'd rather you wake me up at 2 a.m. and come out there and figure out what's going on for you. I am that committed. But I do hope that you would give Java and the new CEO coming a chance. Because that's all we can do is say we're sorry for the past, but let's start moving forward. And I thought the good news, this is an ownership group that's only been here 6 months. I mean, we are highly invested. So come hit me with it. Let's work it out. You know, I will tell you that the owners of Java had heard about the ambulance issues, and one of the things they said when they sent me here is, figure this out. See if we have to own our own ambulance or what they need. But I need to hear from all of you, and we have to be willing to hear it both sides. We need to talk about, you know, we need to have AMR or, you know, your vendor at the table, because if we take away their transfers, they may not stay your 911 vendor. They might not, because then they may not be able to afford to own a business. So we have to look at all sides of the issue and make sure, and that's what I was trying to make sure our community partners are at the table with us. They're all of our issues. And while I'm a guest in your community, you get me 100% while I'm here. I'm all in. So I will sit with you all and I will listen, because what I see the looks on your faces, you are very concerned. And you're people who give of your time. And I honor that, and I want to hear you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On a positive note, we fixed Legion Drive, and we have safer speed bumps for you.
Yeah, I was going to get up here and say thank you for fixing Legion Drive, and I do thank you for fixing it, but man, did I get my ears chewed off from people about that project. They were ringing our phone nonstop because they thought it was our fault that they couldn't get to the hospital. But thank you, because it is beautiful now. It looks wonderful. Thank you so much for that.
Thank our staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Amanda. I know when I first, second meeting, I think that I met with you, that was the first discussion, was the road, and I was gonna give her your number, actually. But it's done, so thank you. And thank you for being here. And again, it's all about transparency. I know there's probably some anger up here, but at the end, you know, we can't continue to, you know, chase people out. It's working together, assuring that, you know, if we have concerns, you know, from our citizens, that we bring them to your attention. We are the leaders. I know, you know, we had the discussion. I know AMR has been the big topic, and it's not only you guys, it's also us holding AMR to the fire also. So it's a bigger picture, bringing everybody to the table and address those concerns that we have within our, that, you know.
Well, we're here. We're here for the community, and we're here to listen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, moving on, our next item is consent agenda. We have none this evening. Moving on to our business items.
Oh, we had a,
We have Arnold.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I miss you, Arnold? One more presentation. Presentation by Arnold Lopez. He's
so
giving an
we'll give it,
overview
we'll give him 5 minutes.
of the city roads.
Mr. Arnold, you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'll cut it short. I'll give you the short version. So, the mayor and council is just on. So I got my wingman here, Daniel Gurule. You know, first of all, you know, Daniel's our manager for Public Works. Does an awesome job. You know, he's involved with our projects from the get-go, from request of funding and execution of the whole grant and you know, helping with the project and moving it forward and closure of it. But I just want to compliment him here at council and give him the credit that he deserves in our department. So, but anyways, we're gonna start our presentation here. And this is on Legion, first of all. Legion was a project that was funded by DOT in the amount of 3.8 million. We increased that because we came up with, you know, made the decision that 5-inch application of asphalt was way more suited than what we were gonna go with a 3-inch application of asphalt. So that added part of the delay, but it added a lot of value to the project. Overall, the asphalt turned out pretty nice, pretty smooth surface. We don't have very many issues with it. But that being said, so the project was mostly delayed due to weather, okay? You know, we had basically a month that we didn't accomplish much. So that pushed the project back about a month. It was supposed to have been completed in 7 of 24. You know, here we are 8 a month later. But it's getting close to completion. As you can see, you know, we got a lot of black surface there. There is some ongoing work that's needed, as you can see on this slide here, where the orange barrels are at. That's a manhole adjustment that takes place. You know, we bring everything back up to finish elevation within the asphalt. So we're gonna have little delays like that, no closures, other than when we go to stripe the project, okay? So as you can see there, this is the hospital entrance, and like she said, they're pretty happy to have that. There's prep work ongoing for speed bumps. We're placing speed bumps back in that as a traffic calming device. You know, we're gonna keep all the stop signs that were in place. You know, this is west of Calle Dulce there. And there is gonna be some minor repairs that have to go in. We had some failures, some issues within the curb and gutter and sidewalk that we will be addressing with the contractor. And then once we go through and identify some of the areas, we have a substantial completion that is a complete walkthrough of this project, verifying everything, you know, and pinpointing any concerns we have, you know, with the engineer and contractor. So then we come up with a punch list, okay? And we'll address these items, whatever we find in our substantial completion. We give them the punch list, and then they'll come through and you know, repair whatever is needed, and bring it up to our satisfaction. We won't close that project till we are completely satisfied that we got what we paid for. So that being said, and then also we're planning on scheduling a ribbon cutting ceremony for this project as well. You know, once we have it striped and it's completely done and it looks great, we'll have it all cleaned up, swept up, you know, debris all picked up and everything completely finished. So once we're getting close to that date, we'll schedule a ribbon cutting, and then we'll, you know, invite some guests and do the celebration. So I think we're all looking forward to that. Again, it was a great project, a big improvement for that area. There's some things that I'd like to bring up, you know, to mayor and council is, we get a lot of heavy trucks coming down this road, okay? And I given it some thought, and I'm thinking about maybe if we put in some median curbing, like down on Grand, and then also up on 7th Street to create a divider, you know, so that would be a vertical curb that the trucks can't basically make that maneuver, make that turn, and hopefully that'll deter some of the heavy traffic through that road. Of course, that'll be, you know, some additional monies needed to accomplish that. Not big monies, but I think it's something that if we consider doing, maybe we can eliminate some of that heavy traffic on that road. And by doing so, we could prolong its life, you know, for many years. As that heavy traffic is pretty harsh on our roads. So, but that kind of concludes the Legion Drive. That we have current project now is University Avenue between you know, 5th and 6th Street right there. Again, this project was really impacted by stormwaters, heavy rains, monsoon season really impacted this portion. We were able to do, you know, the last couple of weeks stabilization, and hopefully they were planning on hopefully having this portion paved by Friday. You know, that was the anticipated schedule. Hopefully they still accomplish that. You know, there, as you could see there, you know, they're working on subgrade. There was a lot of subgrade issues there, due to heavy moistures. Once we milled out and removed the existing asphalt, there was, we exposed some issues, no, so that actually creates more work and stabilizing, you know, and this also gets 5 inches of asphalt, so should stabilize and be a good road. As you could see there, there's a lot of sidewalk, concrete work, curb and gutter. It gets all redone. Yeah, this is the sidewalk there that got replaced in front of Semilla. Again, we've impacted, you know, entrance to their area for quite some time, unfortunately, again, due to weather and other delays. But we're hoping to have that, you know, opened up and complete, you know, if weather cooperates, and, you know, we should have that completed within the month. So we got storm drain that's also going in place. There's some existing storm drain, but we're putting in new drop inlets that you could see there, and manholes as well. And there's new piping that'll carry storm waters into the existing storm drain and drain that whole area into Grand. You know, more concrete cement work going on in there. ADA compliant ramps. You know, it's going to be completely ADA friendly. There's just some prep work going on there for curb and gutter. More concrete work, sidewalks. So this is going back to University Avenue. That was a $2.6 million project. We had the bid that came in. We laid it out on 2 bid lots, and then by depending on where we end up with funding, the additional funds are going to be utilized for some more asphalt improvement on 8th Street, you know, from University over to National, but it's just going to depend on how much monies are left and how much we can do in there. And that project also was funded by DOT. Moving on, we had a small project over on 6th Street and Baca Street. We had some poor drainage, you know. Councilwoman Casey would call me all the time, you know, they're flooded. Need to do something about that water, so we did. We went in there and assessed it, and the storm drain had failed. Okay, it was completely deteriorated, plugged. So we went ahead and you know, got some quotes, contracted with a provider, and we replaced storm drain and then put in some new drop inlets, and we don't have that issue anymore of ponding within those intersections there. And that is complete. We patched up the asphalt, and it's all complete, and it's working great. So on Mountain View, this is our map project that we requested monies from DOT through the MAP program, and we received a grant for it in the amount of $358,000 and change. And this is to address a little bit of concrete work, and then also some resurfacing over to 7th Street. And depending on how pricing comes in on that, we're not going to use any engineering services, so we don't eat up any of the funds. We'll just handle it internally and get as much improvement as we can for that amount of money. Much needed, as you could see there. The asphalt's deteriorated, a lot of alligator cracking and issues within that road there. But that'll be starting, you know, soon. We'll be getting some quotes and moving forward with that project.
And this project right here is one that we actually got quotes from a contractor that's on the state contract. So the price that he gave him will actually do the asphalt from where it left off all the way to 7th Street, and it does include some sidewalk replacement if needed and stuff. But that's depending on with the way the fluctuating of the asphalt is, no. So this project, we should get all new asphalt from where it left off to 7th Street, which is a big plus for that road. It needs it, no.
Okay, Lutheran, so that was an appropriation that, on Robert's, presentation, you saw that, we received some money for that, in the amount of, where is it at?
It's right down here, 150.
Oh, there it is. So it's 150,000 that also we're gonna handle internally without, engineering services, so we can do some improvement. As you could see there, we got some curb and gutter that settled and laid back. So we have poor drainage, occurring there. Sidewalks have also settled, so it's in need of repairs. Obviously, we don't, it's not a lot of money, but we can address, some issues within, driveways and promote some better access to resident, homes there.
That's it.
And ongoing, we got several other projects that we're working on. We got our El Creston project. We're 100% designed on that for the entire project. We're gonna let it out in two bid lots. So the first bid lot, is funded currently, in the amount of, what was it, 6, where is it, Creston? That's the second one.
$2 million.
2 million, okay. So we got $2 million for that one currently, and we requested another 2 million for it, which we'll be getting notified soon as to if we're successful or not, also funded by DOT, but we are 100% designed in the project, both phases, both bid lots, but we are gonna, go out for bids soon and, hopefully start that project, and it's getting late for construction season. Possibly it might not commence till the spring, depending on, as soon as we get it awarded and approved by mayor and council, we'll determine if we start it this year or not. In our Great Blocks project, which is our railroad project, we received the 1.2 million for that. Currently, we're about 60% design on it. We're meeting this next Thursday to kind of finalize, lighting that's gonna go into place. We're looking at some solar lighting and coming up with what will be, efficient for that and something that'll illuminate, the whole night. Even though it's solar, we want something that has the capacity of storing enough power to power those lights throughout the night in long night, months, like winter months or long nights. So we want to make sure that we select the right lighting. That way, even though it's solar, it'll still light up the area throughout the night. So once we decide on the lighting, we could move forward to 100% on design. The engineer will come to the city and we'll have a review and approve those plans, for 100%, and then we could move forward to, also, for advertisement and bid. That pretty much, covers our projects. Daily we're doing maintenance to all the streets. The guys are busy with asphalt, patching, pothole patching, and a lot. It's been a busy summer for us. We've had a lot of weeds and overgrowth to deal with. But even though we cut weeds, and while the trucks in Santa Fe getting asphalt, and then once it gets back, then we convert from cutting and maintaining, different areas in the city, and then we start with pothole patching for the rest of the day. But that pretty much concludes the presentation. I don't know, Daniel, you have anything else you want to add to it?
We stand for any questions.
Councilors?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Olivari?
Thank you, Arnold, and thank you, Daniel. On the project on Hot Springs Boulevard, the contractors almost getting that project done?
Yes, and sorry about that. That is actually one of our projects, so glad I skipped that project. So, yes, currently, Utilities has a contractor that's finishing the utility work. And, we discussed that earlier, and what was mentioned is that they'll be finished like in 3 weeks, right after the first. And then I spoke to the contractor yesterday, and they're just awaiting, they're ready to go. So as soon as we notify them that they're complete, they said they could mobilize and start that project. And on that project, we had requested additional funding, which we did receive from the CDBG grant program, and we'll be able to complete it all the way to Mills Avenue.
Thank you, sir.
Councilor Casey?
Maybe for the future, you might also consider adding one of those wonderful drains on Reynolds Avenue, because there's a lot of water that pools there every time it rains, and there's nowhere for the water to go. So that would be very beneficial.
Yes, and Councilwoman Casey, so we've had discussions with one of our engineering services in regards to that. There's a lot of, aged storm drain systems within all that area there. It's an older part of town, and there is much need. But we are communicating with them and seeking funding, hopefully for that type of improvement for all that area.
That's good to know. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Councilor Martinez?
You guys waiting on me? Okay, well. All I think about is independence, but I know I've talked to Travis on it, and I know that he's working on getting that piece of independence done. The curb and gutter has been taking place, and I guess it just needs to be taken care of there, so I'm good. Thank you.
Just, Mr. Travis, do you mind coming up and just giving I know you met with the school district to plan for.
Yes, sir. Update on the independence. We're gonna get started on next Tuesday, and we're hoping to get it done within the week and a half. So we did meet with school. We went with PD, fire department. I know one of my project managers gonna meet with AMR, so that way for any type of redirection or anything like that they need during construction. And update on Hot Springs. We're anticipating on finishing up on the 30th of this month, so once we're done with that, Arnold and them can finish up with their project or get started with their project. So
We're gonna make a lot of people happy with that one.
well, if it wasn't for the flooding, we would already have been done. So, but we're pushing hard to get that one complete too. So
I have several friends that live on that street, and they call me up all the time, so yeah, that would be great.
I think they know what you're talking about.
I'm sure you do.
Thank you, guys.
Councilor. I want you to talk.
I want to turn off that one. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. It's important for our community to understand and know how long these projects take and for what reasons. And, adding up the numbers, that's $10 million in projects, in road projects. And so when somebody says we don't do any work on our roads, that's $10 million project. It's expensive, yes. It takes time, yes. But we got it done. We're getting it done. The other project that's coming to Las Vegas has been funded already. Also is the Grand Avenue project from University to right out here in City Hall at the Rec Center. That's a DOT project, that's state road, and they'll be funding that one. And I don't know how many millions of dollars that's going to be, but probably 10 million, I don't know. But, I thank the commissioner, Mr. Walter Adams, and the commission, and the New Mexico DOT staff, and you guys, because you guys work with them. You guys put in these applications. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of work and a lot of pushing the envelope. We appreciate that. So I thank you for all the projects in all the wards. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And I just want to add to that, thank you, to all, to Arnold and to all your staff. And also, to city manager, I know one of your big commitments is make sure these projects get done. And I know there's, from your leadership, pushing to get these contractors to move and not just not just sit on things. So, thank you for that, because I think that's important. Like I said, we have the money, let's spend it, and we don't have 4 or 5 years and making an inconvenience to the residents within those construction zones. So, we have weather issues that delay, but I think for especially the hot springs, I think there was contractor negligence or avoidance, I guess you could say, on some of these projects. And under your city manager, under your leadership, you've directed that let's get these projects done. If not, we need to look forward. So, I don't know if you want to say anything.
If I may, Arnold and Danny, I always rely on you guys. You guys are always on top of things, and you're a team where I ask for something once and you do it. And I appreciate that. I'd also like to recognize our safety team. Adrian is out at those sites also making sure that they're safe. And we did have challenges, especially at Hot Springs, and keeping that under control. I appreciate him. I don't think he's out in the audience, but it is a team effort. So thank you.
And just to mention, we do spend out all the monies in these grants. We're not in the habit of giving nothing back. Usually we even add a little bit more just to make sure we spend every dollar.
Thank you. There's a new word that I learned at the conference, chasing money. That's what you do, you chase money.
Chasing money, that's it. Thanks again.
Mr. Mayor, that concludes our presentations. Moving on, we have no consent agenda. Moving on to our business items. The first item is conduct a public hearing and request approval to adopt ordinance number 2409, an amendment to the City of Las Vegas official zoning map from an O1 office zone to an R2 multifamily residential zone for property located at 815 3rd Street in Las Vegas, New Mexico.
So at this time, I'll entertain a motion to enter into a public hearing.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we enter into a public hearing.
A motion by Councilor Casey. Do I have a second by Councilman Martinez? Roll call.
Councilor Olivari? Yes. Councilor Montoya? Yes. Councilor Casey?
Yes.
Councilor Martinez?
Yes.
I have a motion by Councilor Casey, a second by Councilor Martinez. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries. Any of those in the audience that will be speaking on this issue, if you'll come forward and please come forward, state your name for the record one at a time, and then I'll swear you in. Raise your right hand. Under the penalties of perjury, do you swear to tell that your testimony tonight is the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you.
And just welcome, Judge Gallegos. I was going to introduce you earlier, but I knew you had this item here, so welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Really quick, just a quick little bit of background. Let me get my glasses, I'm sorry. Just a quick background on this case right here. Ms. Gallegos came to the Community Development Department, actually, I was going to say like 2 years ago, to get her property rezoned back to its original zoning. That paperwork was never received as far as the application, but thankfully she had saved her receipts of payments. So what we had her do was just go ahead and reapply. We took her through the planning and zoning process, followed that process to the letter with the signage and the mailers and the notification, everything that was supposed to be done. So she basically wants to change it back from an office, the O1, to a multifamily residential, R2. This coincides with our City of Las Vegas master plan, which asks us to eliminate spot zoning, and this would bring it right back to its original state.
Thank you. Councilors, questions?
Mayor.
Councilman Martinez?
Yes, Mr. Marquez, I was just, the request has, all the requirements have been met, correct? For the change, all the requirements have been met, so has it also been approved by planning and zoning as well? Okay.
Yes, sir. I should have mentioned that. They did recommend approval of this rezoning.
I really have no other questions, and I would just, at this point, would like to ask Mr. Mayor that I would move to approve.
Councilor, right now we're in public hearing.
Oh.
So we'll
That's right, okay.
we have public hearing, and then we'll go into the regular business. So, councilors, any questions?
I just,
Councilor Casey?
I don't have a question But I just wanted to say thank you for bringing it back to what it should have been in the first place, because that was a spot zone, and that'll revert it back to what it's supposed to be. So thank you.
Councilman Pro Tem Montoya.
Mine would be just an apology to you. We have made those changes, and we're avoiding those kind of situations to happen again. Thank you.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to return to regular session after being in public.
Mr. Mayor.
Motion by Councilor Casey, second by Councilman Ulibarri. Roll call.
Councilor Montoya?
Yes.
Councilor Martinez?
Yes.
Councilor Casey?
Yes.
Councilor Olivari? Yes. I have a motion by Councilor Casey, a second by Councilor Olivari. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the rezoning at 815 3rd Street from 01 to R2.
A motion by Councilman Martinez, second by Councilor Ulibarri. Roll call.
Councilor Casey?
Yes.
Councilor Montoya?
Yes.
Councilor Olivari?
Yes.
Councilor Martinez?
Yes.
I have a motion by Councilor Martinez, a second by Councilor Olivari. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, Council. All right, Your Honor, I'll get you your letter. Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good evening.
Moving on to our next item, request approval of agreement with Tierra y Montes Soil and Water Conservation District. We have our Water Director, Mr. Travis Martinez, and Mr. Gerald Romero with Tierra y Montes.
Mayor, council, Tim, Cassandra. Requesting to approve the agreement with Terra y Montes. The purpose of this agreement is to implement trash racks project at the Bradner and Peterson Reservoir under the Emergency Watershed Protection Act. And of course, if you guys look at the attachments that are given you, this is the plan right here for trash racks. Trash racks are just basically made out of wood, and they're to hold back debris and sediment. And if you guys look on the other one right here on the map, those are the locations that the trash racks are gonna be implemented at. I've met with the NRCS, Terra y Montes, and then they approached us with extra protection, or providing extra protection from debris going back into the reservoirs after the flooding. And of course, they have provided us with the contract. If you want to talk about the funding or anything like that, I'll go ahead and pass it to him, because this project will be fully funded through the Emergency Watershed Protection Act.
Right, so in continuing with the Emergency Watershed Protection Program, that we've had an operation with the city since, late 2022, we have identified this and other multiple projects to provide assistance to the city of Las Vegas and the residents themselves in the effort of providing some public safety. June 21 brought some real crazy things to the city. And, through emergency watershed protection, we're hoping to install some projects on city property that will help kind of mitigate some of those threats from happening in the future. I'm pretty sure everybody knows we can't stop water. But the intent of these trash racks, and they're strategically placed in the drainages around the reservoirs to kind of catch some of the larger boulders, trees, other stuff that may be coming at the reservoirs. And not just the reservoirs themselves, but the access roads. Travis and his crews have had to maintain multiple times because of debris flows, the whole 9 yards. So this project has been identified as being beneficial to not only the city, but its constituents. And we have that permission for them. In the past, the city manager had signed those permissions. I know Mr. Martinez here in the purview of transparency has elected to come before the governing body to get that permission secured. We do know and recognize that we are running an emergency program, and we would like to make a recommendation to the governing body to potentially give that authorization to maybe the city manager, followed up by a report back to the council as far as the approval. Because if we have to wait 1 month, 2 months in between these agreements to be signed, it's really going to affect our ability to install these practices on your behalf. Yeah, I'll entertain any questions regarding the funding or the project itself.
Councilor Casey?
Thank you. I just have one quick question. On the agreement, the landowner then is the city?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
I just
And these
wanted
are
to
blanket
make
agreements
sure,
that we
yeah.
use with every single landowner.
Yeah, I just wanted to double check for.
Yes, that is
make sure I
correct.
wasn't letting somebody else.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Pro Tem Montoya?
Yeah, my question is, so these are made out of wood, right?
Yes.
And who's gonna maintain them?
So they're required to remain in place for a year's time. They're very temporary structures. In the event something goes wrong with them, it's actually the sponsor's responsibility to maintain those. So that would be DFA or Tierra y Montes. Being that they're city property, we probably work in conjunction with you folks, with Travis's department, in case one of them comes apart. We can lend that expertise to help put those back in place.
And what's the lifespan on them?
So they could last several years, depending on what flows they receive. But really, they're a short-term duration to get us through that initial debris flow period. If they do fill up, we expect them, they're made out of ponderosa pine, they're logs that are on site. They will decompose and fall back into the system. So it's a very short duration structure. And we have multiple of those already installed around Peterson. There's some along the river corridor as well by the diversion itself. So if you guys are ever back there, you'll see them, they kind of stick out. And if you go by Peterson, you'll see some of those have really held back a lot of material. And we want to keep that from getting into the reservoirs.
Mr. Mayor? If there's no other discussion, I will go ahead and make a motion to approve the agreement to authorize the District of Tierra Montes to implement the trash racks project at Bratner and Peterson reservoirs under the Emergency Watershed Protection Plan program.
And Mr. Mayor.
A motion by Pro Tem Montoya, second by Councilor Casey. Roll call.
Councilor Olivari?
Yes.
Councilor Martinez?
Yes.
Councilor Casey?
Yes.
Councilor Montoya?
Yes.
I have a motion by Councilor Montoya, second by Councilor Casey. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
And thank you, Travis and Gerald, for first presenting it, because I know, previously, there was some work agreed to, and even as counselors, I think we were unaware of sometimes. So it's good, I mean, not only for us, as we approve these, but also for the community to know what's going on. And it also sheds light to what you guys do, Gerald, with Tierra y Montes and NRCS. That
Right,
you guys
and-
aren't behind the scene and you guys
We've
are
had a
partnering.
longstanding positive relationship with the city, as I spoke about last meeting, and we want to continue that, right? And it scared the bejesus out of us when that flood hit. We own a dam north of Story Lake. I know what this guy is going through when he issued that evacuation order, because I almost had to do the same. So we do operate in a lot of similar corridors, and we're happy to provide that to you folks, and we have more coming, so just know that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Mr. Mayor, next item on the agenda is request approval of amendment number 1 to memorandum of agreement between North Central New Mexico Economic Development District, Non-Metro Area Agency on Aging, and the City of Las Vegas. We have our Community Services Director, Ms. June Tafoya.
Mayor and Council, I humbly ask your approval of this amendment for an additional $17,000 for the Chore and Homemaker Program with the Senior Center.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the amendment to the memorandum for the additional $17,000 plus.
Motion by
Second.
Councilor Casey, second by Councilor Martinez. Roll call.
Councilor Montoya?
Yes.
Councilor Martinez?
Yes.
Councilor Olivari?
Yes.
Councilor Casey?
Yes.
I have a motion by Councilor Casey, a second by Councilor Martinez. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries. Moving.
Real quick, just the chore program, just so, I don't know if too many people, I don't even know if my council knows what they do in that chore program.
Our program is that we have one laborer that assists seniors in bringing wood to the houses, cutting weeds, household chores, moving heavy things that our seniors can't move. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Our next item is request approval of memorandum of agreement between North Central New Mexico Economic Development District and the City of Las Vegas for government results and opportunity appropriations. Ms. Tafoya.
And Council, this also is a request for approval. This MOA is a new program, and it is called Government Results and Opportunity, or GROW. And this is $40,000. It's for District 39 for the San Miguel area senior center and the Pecos Senior Center programs. It'll be $20,000 apiece, and it's for raw food reimbursements.
For produce?
Food in general.
Oh.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I move approval of the memorandum of agreement between North Central Economic Development District.
Motion by Councilor Casey, second by Councilman Ulivari. Roll call.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Livari?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Livari. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Moving on to our next item, executive session.
Jeez. Motion for executive session. Mr. Mayor, motion to go into executive session to discuss the International Associations of Firefighters Local 4625 Collective Bargaining Unit Agreement. Second, sir.
And we continue with,
Counselor, if you'll state the whole item.
Item.
Everything bolded.
Collective bargaining number 5. Item number 5. Collective bargaining.
Item number 14 under executive session, if you'll just read that.
The discussion. Okay. Discussion regarding the American federal and of state, county, and municipal employee local 2851 collective bargaining union agreement, and discussion and city manager evaluation.
motion by Pro Tem Montoya. Second by Councilman Martinez. Roll call.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Livari? Have a motion by Counselor Montoya, second by Counselor Martinez. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
Right. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to return to regular session. Mr. Mayor, Pro Tem.
Make a motion to go back to regular session and in accordance with the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-5-1, H-5, collective bargaining, and H2, limited personnel matters were discussed. Discussion regarding the International Associations of Firefighters, Local 4625, collective bargaining units, agreements, discussions regarding the American federal and state, county, and municipal employees, Local 2851, collective bargaining unit agreement, AFSCME, and discussion on city manager's evaluation under pursuant to New Mexico SA 1978, Section 10-15-1D. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I have a motion by Pro Tem Montoya. Do I have a second?
Second, Mr. Mayor.
Second by Councilor Casey. Roll call.
Councilor Liwari? Councilor Montoya? Councilor Casey? Councilor Martinez?
Yes.
I have a motion by Councilor Montoya, second by Councilor Casey. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
And I'd like to also note for the record that only those items on the, to enter executive session were discussed and no action was taken.
Mr. Mayor, moving on to our executive session action items. Consideration to approve the International Association of Firefighters Local Collective Bargaining Agreement.
Mr. Mayor, I
Councilor
move
Casey.
approval of the International Association Firefighters Local Collective Bargaining Agreement.
Second, Mr. Mayor.
A motion by Councilor Casey, a second by Pro Tem Montoya. Roll call.
Councilor Martinez?
Yes.
Councilor Casey?
Yes.
Councilor Montoya?
Yes.
Councilor Liwari?
Yes.
I have a motion by Councilor Casey, a second by Councilor Montoya. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
Congratulations.
We adjourn.
A motion by Councilor Casey. Do I have a second? Second by Councilor Liwari. Meeting adjourned.
Congratulations, guys.
Congratulations.